I'm just baffled. After all the series has been through, I can't believe they remade Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, and it's awesome. I think this is the new definitive way to play the game. The original does have a few advantages here and there, but they improved so much, man. It's faithful in all the ways I wanted it to be, for the most part only making quality of life changes without outright invalidating what was already there. Oh, and they added so much to the presentation too. Hundreds of new character animations, many new music tracks, it's great. But one of the remake's most controversial changes is in its dialogue, and if you watched either of my previous videos, you'll know that the Thousand Year Door's dialogue is something I care about a whole lot. So I decided to have a closer look at this. A very close look. I examined every individual line of dialogue from both versions to see which script is the better one. Has the dialogue been held back by new guidelines, or do the changes actually elevate it? Well, truth is, it's a little of both, but let's find out the ratio of good and bad changes. Now, while I did check every line of dialogue, sadly I can't make this video a complete list of dialogue changes. Trust me, I really wanted to do that, but we'd be here forever, and it'd be pretty boring too. By my estimation, more than half of all pre-existing conversations have been altered in some way, and then there's all the new dialogue on top of that. Like, you know that partner hint system they added? That feature alone has added 602 new messages, and there's so much more. In fact, to save us all some time, in this video, with one exception, I won't be talking about dialogue from new NPCs or pre-existing NPCs in new locations, because all of their dialogue is new. If you don't know who those are, they're the Battle Master, Ian Fumas, Charlieton in the Boggly Woods, Prince Mush outside of Chapter 3, the Quizboo, the Shipwrecked Salesman, Waka in the Pit of 100 Trials, and the Mover outside of the Pit of 100 Trials. If you want to see their dialogue, or any of the changes I've decided to exclude from this video, you can check out my website dialoguetree.net, where you can find the complete script of both games. Anyway, let's have a look at those changes. First of all, while this video's primary purpose is to discuss changes made to the game's text, I'd be remiss not to mention the updates in presentation. All NPCs now have voices. I love these. Throughout my entire playthrough I couldn't wait to see each NPC, just to hear what kind of voice they'd have. After 20 years of silence, it's so interesting to see an official take on what these characters are supposed to sound like. Some of them even made me laugh out loud. Another great change is that characters now emote too. Their expressions can change over the course of a conversation to match what they're saying. Characters are a lot more expressive in general in this remake, but cutscenes are one thing. Going in, I did not expect to see this level of expressiveness in basic optional character dialogue too. And they also added several new dialogue box types. For example, did you know that in the original game, the sign dialogue box type was actually two different dialogue boxes that happened to look identical? One of them was called Kanban and the other Plate. This seems to suggest they were at some point intended to be distinct box types, but in the end the idea was scrapped. The remake seems to finally realize this original vision though. There's now the original wooden sign and a stone version, which I'm guessing would be Plate. Admittedly, the locations of these don't exactly line up with where Kanban and Plate are used in the original, but I'd like to think the idea came from this Kanban-Plate split. There's also a new shouting message box, and a ghost one, which has a shouting and small variant. Next, have you seen the menus? They've been streamlined a lot. In the original, NPCs that provide a service would just talk your ear off. They'd have long introductions or ask you unnecessary questions. Some of them would end the conversation when you said no to something, whereas in the remake they bring you back to their primary menu. There's just a lot of little changes that speed up the process. Here's one from the inns, for example. If you wanted to sleep at an inn while you have a coupon, you would have to say you want to stay and then select if you want to use the coupon or not. The remake simply makes this a separate option in the first menu, so it's a single A press regardless of what you choose. That may seem small, because it is, but things like that do really add up over time. And that's because every NPC that provides a service has received some level of streamlining that makes their interactions just a little bit quicker, even ones you wouldn't think of like Bandy Andy. The biggest winners in this category are clearly the shopkeepers though. Those feel way better. Let me just give you an example. Let's race the two versions through a shop interaction. Let's say you want to pull 2 items from your storage, but your inventory is full, so you have to store 2 of them first. Here's what that looks like in both versions. This difference in particular really adds up. With the limited inventory space you get, you'll be messing with storage a lot, especially if you're going for all recipes. There's a couple of things in the remake that have been renamed. It's not a lot, but maybe more than you'd expect. First of all, every item with shroom in its name now has that word replaced with mushroom. It's probably because shrooms is a word mostly used in the context of drugs, but it may also have been a character limitation thing, I'm not sure. The Ratui businessman wanted to join up with Mr. Hoggle to make a new product called the Tongue-Blistering Fat Dog. This is an item you can now actually make by combining the hot dog and hot sauce, and that's probably why they renamed it to Hottest Dog. The original name was way too long for the item menu, even with the remake's increased character limit. There's other item name changes too, a lot of key items that have been renamed for one reason or another, including keys that used to have identical names now being differentiated by color or symbol. For some reason these mice characters were called Squeaks in Paper Mario, but they've always been known as Little Mousers outside of it, so now that's been changed to be consistent with the rest of the franchise. Sadly, the penguins didn't get the same treatment. They're still called penguins, even though the little round ones are actually Yoshi's Island enemies called Bumpties. Rogueport Sewers is now officially known as Rogueport Underground, but it is still often referred to as a sewer in the dialogue itself. I actually think this is better. The people who live there probably prefer not to think of it as a sewer, you know? The Thwomp quizzes in the GameCube version were called the 65th Super Fun Quirk Quiz and the 66th Annual Quirk Quiz respectively. In the remake, they were renamed to be the 65th and 66th Trivia Quiz-Off, which makes them a direct continuation of the 64th Trivia Quiz-Off from Paper Mario 64. The cannon in Fahr Outpost actually didn't have a name originally, but now it's been lovingly nicknamed Big Bob. I think that's great, considering how important the cannon is to the Bob-ombs. It probably should have had a name from the start. This may seem like a weird inclusion for a list of name changes, but the original very consistently called these bushes clumps of grass. The remake decides to call them shrubs every time they're mentioned. I'll always think of them as bushes, but it's definitely better than clumps of grass. Probably the most significant name change, the Shadow Sirens are now called the Three Shadows. This is the only name change I don't like. It's just kinda plain, isn't it? I'm not sure why they changed it either. Maybe they thought the word siren was too sexual because sirens are known to be dangerously seductive in Greek mythology? I don't know. I will say this puts it closer in line with the Japanese name, which is the Shadow Trio, but I still think sirens was better. In the Glitz Pit, the Armored Harriers are now called the Iron Adonis Twins, though you'd be forgiven for thinking they were named that all along. You see, every team in the Glitz Pit has a name and an introduction. In the case of Mario, his name is the Great Gonzales and his introduction is the Merciless Executioner in Chapter 3 and the Superstar sequel afterwards. In the GameCube version, the name of this team was the Armored Harriers and their introduction was the Iron Adonis Twins. However, despite this, a lot of dialogue refers to them as the Iron Adonis Twins instead of the Armored Harriers. So the developers had a choice: fix these pieces of dialogue to match the original name, or change the name to match all of this dialogue. Thankfully, they chose the latter. Iron Adonis Twins is now their name, and Armored Harriers became their introduction. And yeah, I think Iron Adonis Twins is way catchier. There's a bunch of other stuff that isn't renamed so much as just named consistently now. For example, special moves were sometimes called special attacks in the original script. Not all of them are attacks though, so special moves is the better term. Rogueport Square was sometimes called Rogueport Plaza, but in the remake, characters don't even call it a plaza in passing anymore. Hooktail Castle was sometimes called Hooktail's Castle, and the last car on the Excess Express was interchangeably called the Freight Car, Luggage Car, and Baggage Car, while the remake settles on Baggage Car throughout the whole script. Before the release of the remake, after we found out there would be dialogue changes, a lot of people were speculating about Vivian. Were they going to make her openly trans? That's the way it was in the original Japanese script. It was something Beldam would bully Vivian about, and even though Vivian would identify herself as female, her character bio would insist that she's actually a boy. Despite how that sounds, I do think Vivian's story came from a place of kindness. It was just Japan 2004. I've been told by people more knowledgeable on the subject that it was a big step in the right direction for that place at that time. Still, I can't blame the English localization for sidestepping the issue. They didn't make Vivian explicitly cis, they just didn't bring it up at all. And honestly, despite how much things have changed in the past 20 years, I really thought they would sidestep the topic again in the remake. It's not because I thought Nintendo of America would be afraid of having an openly trans character, it's actually because I thought they would be afraid of having an openly transphobic character. I'm not sure I really want to stay with my sisters anymore anyway. We aren't very happy together. Truth is, it took me a while to realize I was their sister, not their brother. Now their usual bullying feels heavier. I also feel like I need to repay your earlier kindness. That's the right thing to do, right? Right. Well, I guess I was half right. Vivian is trans, this is now explicitly stated. But despite the memes, Beldam is not transphobic in this version. I mean, look at her. She may be mean, but she's a certified pronoun respecter. Where Beldam originally bullied Vivian for being a man, the original translation changed that to calling her ugly. And now, in the remake, she berates Vivian for being sappy. That's a little weak, I gotta say. Though, Vivian does forgive her sisters in the end, and that's something that always sat wrong with me. But the way they've slightly softened Beldam makes this a little more believable, I guess. But it's also greatly helped by this dialogue change here. Goombella originally justified this turn with, family is important after all. Not if they're abusive, no. This line was changed to, she wants to give them another chance, which is definitely better. It at least makes it sound less like a moral obligation and more like Vivian sees a genuine ability to change in Beldam. Also, when Goombella tattles on Vivian, she used to say, she's kinda cute, I guess. She might even be cuter than I am. I guess. What am I thinking? Now, what I've heard is that this final line is a fairly direct translation of the Japanese text, where the implication is that Goombella is questioning her own reaction to Vivian. You know, that she surprised herself by admitting that a man is cuter than her. Now, I can't speak on that, I'm not Japanese and I didn't write the script, who knows what these people were thinking? But maybe there's some validity to this interpretation, because the remake saw fit to change it. The line now reads, wow, I think I might be jealous. Speaking of Vivian, as you know, when your partner speaks, you're getting dialogue that's unique to that specific party member. Usually it's not that different though. It's the same sentiment but phrased in a way that suits your partner's personality. The original does this to a fault in a way that sometimes conflicts with your partner's backstory. I think the most obvious example of this is entering the X-Naut Fortress with Vivian. She used to say, "What a suspicious building. Mario, be careful, okay?" We know she's all too familiar with this place, so the dialogue was changed to, back here again. And, in the same vein, when you teleported back to Rogueport for the first time, she originally reacted the same way as the rest of your party. Where are we? The three shadows can appear and disappear, but it's not teleportation, otherwise Beldam would have gotten to Poshley Heights way sooner, so even they have to use this teleporter. Now Vivian does recognize it. Ah, that's right, where... Another backstory issue is Bobbery's history with Fahr Outpost. When the cannon is first brought up in the GameCube version, Bobbery says, "So we're to use a cannon to reach the moon, are we? Sounds capital. I must say, this Fahr Outpost already sounds like it will be a bother to reach." But he's been there before. In fact, using Bobbery's knowledge of Fahr Outpost is the only way to progress the story once you get there. So thankfully, the remake decides to foreshadow this. If you have Bobbery out anyway. "So we'll use that cannon to get to the moon. I'm certain I saw that cannon on a visit to Fahr Outpost once." And the first time you visit Fahr Outpost in Chapter 7, if you already got there once before the chapter started, his dialogue for that has changed as well. From, "So this is the place, to, I knew we had the right place." This one isn't a backstory thing, but after leaving Twilight Town with the Ruby Star, Mario's ringtone goes off and Vivian says, "Would that be an email from Princess Peach?" Vivian's new to the party though. She doesn't know about these Peach emails yet, so now it's simply, "Sounds like you got an email." So, the main thing everyone seems to talk about regarding the remake's dialogue changes is that it was censored. And yeah, that's pretty much undeniable. At least under my own definition of censorship, which is the alteration or removal of language on the grounds that it may be considered offensive. I know that technically the dictionary definition of censorship says it has to come from a higher authority of some sort, but I'm sorry, I don't have a better word for this concept than censorship. Anyway, yeah, the remake has had a lot of text altered for this reason. This remake is probably the best example we'll ever get of how Nintendo of America's writing standards have shifted over the past 20 years. After all, I'm pretty sure Origami King already followed most of these standards as well. We just didn't have a 20-year-old version of the same script to compare it to. By the way, almost every new rule implemented in the Switch version has its exceptions. The point of this video is to discuss the things that have changed, and in terms of censorship, there's a lot. I will be listing off just about all of it, and if you really care about the original script like I do, having all of these changes lined up one after the other may paint kind of a bleak picture. So I'll make sure to also list off a couple of things that haven't changed in spite of these new standards. Just so you know that despite how numerous these changes may be, they're not all encompassing. Now, I'm sure most of these exceptions are oversights rather than deliberate choices, but the result is the same. The language affected by this censorship is diminished, not completely removed. Also, keep in mind that even to a diehard fan of the original, most of these changes would be invisible while playing normally. They're really not actually a big deal. The most common kind of censorship in the game is the removal of, I guess, language that can be seen as insensitive to people with mental disabilities. They took out the word crazy, okay? Other words in this vein include insane, lunatic, nuts, psycho, maniac. I think you get the idea. The original uses these words liberally. In particular, Goombella, Yoshi, and for some reason Luigi love throwing these terms around. For the most part, the remake simply takes these instances and replaces them with a softer, more acceptable word or phrase. Here's every instance of that happening. Just a heads up, this is gonna be kind of a long montage, so you can skip it in the chapter selection if you want. Anyway, here goes. Then he powers himself up with all sorts of wild power-uppy moves. The wildest thing about this musclehead is that he was just regular old grubba a moment ago. But if this guy goes bizow and charges up, his attack will be 8 next turn. Like I go anywhere with smelly losers like you. Whew, what a bunch of bozos. This is wild. Are you serious?
It was pretty intense, bro. It was pretty harrowing, bro.
Seems like he's suspenders deep in his own offbeat adventure right now.
It was pretty exciting, bro. It was pretty dramatic, bro. It was pretty bizarre, bro. It was just astonishing, bro. And this part is just wild, but here goes. I don't see any screen here, Professor Poindexter.
I don't know, maybe we ought to just shatter those things. Not that moody mobster again.
What? I heard stories about that guy, and he sounds intense. This garbage attracts flies and huge roaches by the dozen.
Are you being serious? You never know when a guy might go wild and attack. Oh, what am I gonna do with this dizzy dame? I can't bear to be away from you two lovebirds. Maybe I'm just losing it. He looks a bit iffy, but I think his tips are okay.
If you do it right, the crowd will just go wild.
He's some kinda health fanatic. Lots of intense folks down here, huh? This one's the healthy kind of intense though, so he knows about stylish moves.
I've been playing Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door a lot lately.
I know he's a plant, but he makes more sense than these other quirky petal burgers. It looks pretty decent, but this place is actually super old, did you know that? Yep, that was a big day.
I cannot believe this.
That's unbelievable. You'll have to convince me, because I think you're losing it.
Are you sure you aren't a little funny in the head? Do you hear any voices?
This might sound silly, but do you think he might be hoping to join us? I thought he might go poking holes in my shop. Did you feel that? That intense shaking? The technology used here is pretty intense too. What? Are you for real? You guys are wild, you know that? We can't just steal that meathead's belt, can we? I can't take much more of this nonsense. This is a bit out of the blue, but I really wouldn't mind being the strongest guy alive. Right now I am loopy with love for that ravishing creature over there. Are you kidding?
You shoot fire if you eat a flower? That scoop is too hot, no one's gonna believe that.
He don't even bet now when some fool ambushes him.
Whoa, they're going wild.
It drives us wild! And when we see special moves, we go wild! Cold sweating, death gripping action drives us wild! A little grandstanding from their hero and they go wild.
You're killing me here. That guy's a loose cannon. That guy still sounds like a real piece of work, but hey, he's all we got.
The crowd's getting sick of seeing you bounce around like a possessed pogo freak.
I mean, that's just nonsense.
Am I losing it or do you hear a voice coming from somewhere?
Hey, what's going on here?
That's totally reckless. Who knew the bottom of the well connected to this place? Sneaky sneaky. Is that guy checked out of reality?
Has that guy lost it or what?
You're still alive, you zany old coot.
Hey, you're still alive, you bozo.
There's no way that'll work. Oh, fine, you dizzy dame. Every now and then that louse Flavio stops by and spits out some bit of drivel about Tretton water instead of season life, but I just tune him out.
Whoever this creep is, you gotta figure they're on this train, right? We gotta get this guy.
We have to find who's responsible before anything bad happens. I know it was a wild ride, sir, but did you enjoy the Access Express experience? Women go wild for him.
It might even be the sneaky so-and-so who made the sticky yummy threat.
Not really.
No way, man!
It's almost unbelievable, actually.
Get away from me, creep!
Am I totally losing it or did I hear something a moment ago? At least we settled that dweeb's hash. Mario, do you know what's happening right now?
This is wild. I feel ultra mega pumped with energy all of a sudden. Oh wow, that's wild, bro. What a monster.
Other times, rather than coming up with an inoffensive synonym, the remake chooses to replace the offending statement with something new and different. In my opinion, this is way better. I consider a bunch of these straight up improvements because they've put a joke where there wasn't one before. Not all of them, mind, but even when it isn't a joke, it's at least more interesting than simply replacing a word with another. The fuzz is a buzz. I was blowing up north, south, east and west back then. Just about blew up the whole flippin' map. Oh, huh. Maybe the owner is out right now. What? You hatched out of that egg? Well, happy birthday. Your name was stolen. That's... well, I'm not sure what to call that kind of problem. Which fits, I guess. Pardon? What screen? If I may speak frankly, you're speaking utter nonsense. So that's how you're getting what you're after. You tempted the cool Flavio. The moon? Like the one in space? As I mentioned earlier, there are always exceptions to these rules. The word insane is still used by this Dugan NPC. Mayor Kroop still calls his father-in-law a maniac. And I think the translators just forgot to look up and replace modified versions of the word crazy. Words like craziness and craziest are still in there. And I'm sure there's more I missed too. Famously, the word airhead got removed as well. This change was featured in the first trailer and it received a bit of an overreaction from some people. It's been replaced with lunkhead, which has a similar if not slightly harsher meaning, but that just raises the question of why was this changed in the first place? And I do think it's specifically targeting the word airhead here, because the only other instance of that word was removed as well, from this scene.
Oh, come off it, you airhead! I know it's tough for you, but don't play dumb with me!
In this case, the rest of that message was altered too.
Oh, come off it! I know you're a nosy book nerd, so don't play dumb with me!
Actually, that Bowser scene also had another change relating to insulting another person's intelligence.
You moron!
Got changed to
Get serious!
And Goombella used to call the traveling sister's tree ditzy. That has changed to inattentive. The word lame was also scrubbed from the script completely, probably for the same reason as crazy, being seen as potentially ableist. Surprisingly though, it was not a very common word in the original to begin with. Which is totally annoying, because then you can't tell the real deal from the copy. Which is why it's really, really annoying that its defense is so high. So annoying.
Ah, come on. Ah, so unfair.
So uncool.
For some reason, even dork is too strong of a word to include in a modern Nintendo script. Back in the day, dork was the go-to insult in children's entertainment. It was near the very bottom of the insult hierarchy. But I guess it does mean penis, doesn't it? It's not used that much anyway, only 4 instances. Take a hike, bozo the chump. Boy, Miss Mouse sure is cute. Too bad I sound like such a nerd whenever I talk to her.
Eat this, turtle dolts!
Hey, take a long walk off a short pier, you bozo.
Another word that's been deemed not okay is bummer, and by extension bummed. This is like dork in that I can see the logic behind it, but also, come on man.
See, long ago an evil spirit cast a curse upon me, locking me in this chest. It was a real drag.
Hey, check it out, our little eggy friend is gone. Didn't see that coming. Or going, for that matter. It all the way stinks that we won't be hanging out together anymore.
Huge disappointment. The huge after party just made me feel worse.
Hey guy, getting falsely accused is a drag, right? Don't I know it?
What a huge downer. A total stinking downer, you know?
Lousy, boring moon. I'm still upset there are only rocks here. Nagging seems to be on the banned word list as well. More scolding from the world's loudest grandma.
Sorry, Kinky. Didn't mean to bring the rules queen in here.
Another way the game script has been sanitized is by removing basically all references to body weight. Now, some of these are completely understandable. Take this tattle for instance. This Twilighter's still a pig. Whoops, maybe not. Oh my gosh, you can't tell her I said that. I'm serious, take it to the grave. Like, yeah, of course that one wasn't gonna fly. Here's the rewrite. This is a Twilighter. She used to be a pig, I think, but she's better now. Do you think there was anything fun about being a pig? Would probably be insensitive to ask. And the Twilighter's dialogue was arguably worse.
It's so nice to be back in my body. It's so hard to get around when you're piggy. Huh? What did you just say? Why, that's just rude.
Implying Mario called her a pig to her face. At least Goombella's was a mistake, and she felt sorry about it immediately after. Mario is just a jerk. Here's the replacement dialogue.
It's so nice to be back in my body. It's too hard to get around as a pig. But I never go anywhere or do anything cool anyway, so maybe it wasn't that bad.
Then there's Hefty. They actually changed less about him than you might think. His food addiction is important to the story, so I guess there was only so much they could do with his dialogue. The main difference in his dialogue is how he reacts to being accused of stealing the stew. It used to be like this.
Oh, I get it. Food gets stolen and you blame the chubby guy. Not nice.
But now,
oh, I get it. Food gets stolen and you blame me right away with no evidence. Not nice.
His tattle changed too, which definitely tries to portray him a bit more positively. That's Hefty, the gourmet toad. You think he goes more for quality or quantity? Yeah, he's definitely here for the food, not the ride. It takes all sorts. That's Hefty, the gourmet toad. There isn't an entree out there he can't lick. Literally. He's here for the train ride and the excellent food. He's got travel all figured out. I'm taking notes. And after solving the stew pot case, the waitress wouldn't be very sensitive either.
You so totally backed a chubby guy in record time? I was way impressed.
They changed this one to you solved the incident in record time. They also got rid of this iconic line from Flurry's partner tutorial. She can also do a body slam in battle, squashing enemies with her stage presence. Now it's just, she can also squash enemies in battle with a body slam, or blow them all away with gale force. Not a big fan. Another one I'm disappointed with is the little mouse's description of Flurry. He used to have this to say about her.
Yes, Flurry was her name. She was skinny and toned, with a voice like an angel.
I think that's interesting Flurry lore. She used to look different, but gained weight after retiring as an actress. Obviously, the joke is that he doesn't even realize she's in the room with him right now, because of how much she's changed. Now he describes her as graceful and lovely, so the joke is lost. If you failed the Thwomp's quiz in Schwank Fortress, he used to call you a fathead? Is that a thing people say? Well, it's blockhead now anyway. There's a bunch more, I'm just gonna rapid fire through these.
In that case, I order you to do some sit-ups. And don't stop until even your hammer has abs.
I want to punch that one puny bully right in his paunch. The wildest thing about this musclehead is that he was just regular old grubba a moment ago.
How could a perfect bard like mine lose to such a schlub? If you think you can take me, then try it, Soup Mix. Ugh, what a surprise. I didn't think I'd fall. Crummy ancient tower construction.
Your impactfulness, are you okay?
And the most baffling of these changes? Seemingly someone at Nintendo got it in their head that the very concept of dieting is offensive. Like, take this one for example.
Lately I've been feeling a little chunky though, so I'm on a diet. But hey, that's a secret. Seriously, don't tell Pika.
That's not even aimed at a different person, she just wants to lose weight. Heinous apparently, because now it's...
Sometimes when business is slow, I make it look like we're closed and sneak in a little cake break. But hey, that close thing is a secret. Seriously, don't tell Pika.
When getting a cake gifted to you from a fan, the option "No, I'm on a diet" is now "Heck no." If you chose it with Goombella in your party, she would originally say, "Wow, are you like watching your weight or something?" Which is now, "Wow, are you like morally opposed to dessert or something?" And if you did eat a cake with Flurry in your party, she would say, "Goodbye diet," which was changed to "Let us feast." If you say no to the second cake with Flurry in your party, you'd go from "You've no need to watch your weight" to "Are you immune to the moist allure of a complimentary baked good?" When asked about the missing stew, Toodles would say, "Oh, stew? No, far too rich for me, my dear. I'm on a low-carb diet." And now, "Oh, stew? No, far too rich for me, my dear." And that's saying something. The food on this train is so good, I bet people overeat while traveling. Then they have to go on diets as soon as they get off. That'd be weak. Oh, diet mentioned, you know the drill. The food on this train is so good, I bet people totally stuff themselves while traveling. Then they probably fall into that post-meal kind of sleep and miss most of the trip. That'd be weak. One of the RDM issues teaches you how to make a healthy salad, noting how it's great for dieters. Oh wait, sorry, it's perfect for your next gathering of herbivores. At this point, I'm surprised they didn't remove the healthy from the item name. Lastly, we get some censorship on the other side of the spectrum too. In the original, when you receive the paper mode curse, the black chest demon tells you to eat a sandwich, skinny. This wasn't replaced with any new dialogue, it's just gone now. And some guy in Twilight Town used to think that if he's gonna become a pig, he might as well be a fat one, cause what's the point of being a skinny pig? Now he just wants to be a big one instead of a pipsqueak one. Not even pigs are allowed to be fat or skinny. As for exceptions that remained in the game, for some reason these all take place in the Glitzpit. Grubba thinks you're a bit skinny, and Rockhawk calls you both skinny and pudgy. The remake seems to want to dial back references to sexual attraction. Not romance in general, there's still plenty of that, but characters are now less eager to judge each other on physical features. Take Merlovely's tattle, for instance. And they say she's really cute under that veil. I hear some people even fall for her. This is now, and people say all kinds of secrets are hiding under her veil, so I guess the veil is working as intended. Wonky was a bit of a womanizer. He recommends Merle's services not just because they're useful, but, well...
Not only that, but she's a total babe. Old Wonky would love to get a date with her. I'm serious, you have to check her out sometime.
For the remake, they had to make up something completely unrelated. It's a cautionary tale now.
Old Wonky's gotta get full disclosure though. Tampering with magic isn't for everybody. Her chumps work, but they make Old Wonky smell like bananas. Cursed by the stench of the slave fruit.
Another woman Wonky was interested in was Lala. He tells you about how you can get behind her desk to talk to her, and was seemingly suggesting Mario flirt with her.
You should get in there and see how good your game is, Mr. Popular.
They opted for something a bit more platonic sounding on Switch.
You should go there and get to know her. Folks say she's super chatty, but only if you got skills, and I ain't.
In the original, Goombella calls Lala a boo cutie, and Lala calls herself a parlor kitty. These were both changed. I suppose I don't know for sure, but I think it's because it carried an implication that Lala's job is to be ogled. A lazy Dugan in Rogueport is looking for easy money. One of the jobs he'd like to have is...
Yeah, easy work that surrounds a guy with lovely women. I'm your man.
Wow, so risque. Now it's this.
Yeah, I'd love a job where I get flattered, pampered, and fussed over. That's like my entire skill set.
This lovesick little mouser used to describe Francesca as a temptress, but he calls her a ma princess now. When King K questions Bandy Andy on why he's investigating Jolene, he suggests he might have a crush. Why you always chasing after that girl anyway, man? You got a little thing for her?
Shut up, Kay.
Not so in the remake. Why are you always chasing after that girl anyway, man?
Oh, you know, no particular reason.
Also, characters can no longer accuse each other of being a flirt, which, because of Miss Mouse, happened a lot in the original. She's only like the biggest flirt I've ever met in my entire life. They can still use the word as a verb though, as you can see in how this dialogue was changed. I'm surprised she has the time and energy for badges, considering how often she flirts with you. Yeah, most of these are just Goombella talking about Miss Mouse. In her first scene, "You little flirt" becomes "Stop that smooching," followed by "What a flirt, who acts so disgusting like that?" Getting changed to "There's no way you'd fall for all that flirting, right Mario?" Miss Mouse was here before, but I think she took the next train to Floozyville. This was changed to Flirtsville instead, which comes dangerously close to using that word as a noun if you ask me. And there's still more. Who do you think you are, you total floozy? This flirting is out of control. What a shameless flirt though. But goodness, what shameless flirting. Are you like the biggest floozy ever or what? Are you trying to set a world record for flirting or what? The most famous example of censorship in the game is this catcalling scene from the original, and with good reason too. It's probably the biggest rewrite in the game. Here's how the scene played out originally.
Hey man, what's up? Who's the hottie you got there with you?
What's up, baby? Why don't you hang out with us for a while? We play real nice.
Man, what's a fine-looking Goomba doing with a tubby mustache man like that?
Oh, it is like so sweet you boys think I'm cute? Seriously? Yeah, guys like you make me feel like totally barfing. Now get out of our way.
Ouch, that was cold.
What, you're too good for us? Come off it, sister.
Nobody zings us like that. Nobody. Let's get him.
Maybe it's not too surprising this got changed, right? It's a little risque for Nintendo, but that's what made it so unforgettable. It really helped sell Rogueport as this seedy, dangerous place. And also you beat the shit out of these guys afterwards, so it's not like the game is condoning this kind of behavior. Anyway, here's what it got turned into.
Hey man, what's up? You think it's cool to just waltz your way into our undergrounds?
Typical, you surface level snobs are so stuck up. I like to see the sun. I like to breathe clean air.
Yeah, come over here, scruffy mustache man. We're gonna teach you some proper manners.
Leave him alone. Can't two academics and a world-famous hero wander the sewers of a poor town in peace? If this is your usual greeting to visitors, then you must have learned it down here because it stinks.
Ouch, that was cold.
What, you're too good for a fight? If you ain't looking to tussle, then stay out of the sewer.
Nobody doesn't start a fight with us. Nobody. Let's get him.
I don't know, man. This feels so inauthentic compared to the original. It's just cartoonish. In particular, I hate this final line. It's like they were trying to preserve as much of the original message as possible, but it just doesn't work. Nobody doesn't pick a fight with us? Who says that? However, I will say that Goombella's comeback in the remake is way better. It's not even close, honestly. Even outside of romantic contexts, there are a lot of changes surrounding how women are talked about. These range from gender stereotypes to, well, I'm not really sure what to call the rest. Let's just get into it. In the opening minutes, Lord Crump talks down to Goombella, telling her to be a good girl. This was changed to good little student. While this is happening, this Babam seems to think they're a couple.
Ain't nothing so fun as watching some poor bloke have it out with his missus, eh?
Not sure why, but now he says,
Ain't nothing so fun as watching a few blokes duke it out in broad daylight, eh?
In her tattle of Rogueport's east side, Goombella makes the probably too real observation that women are more vulnerable to street crime. Still, it's definitely too rough a place for a girl like me to walk alone. This was changed to a non-ruffian like me. In the original, Don Pianta would refer to Princess Peach as some skirt Mario fell for. Now, it's some girl he's gone gaga for. After Chapter 3, Toadsworth wonders if Princess Peach might be out shopping somewhere. That must have been too stereotypical, because now he wonders if she went out sightseeing instead. When we see Princess Peach in the intro in either version, the first thing she wants to do is admire the sights, but the first thing she actually does end up doing is shopping, so I think both versions of Toadsworth are right. When Bowser thinks he's being given the silent treatment, he actually likes it.
I suppose I could live with a silent princess. It might even have its perks, you know.
That's still the case in the remake, it's just justified a little differently.
I could go for the strong silent type. There are too many backseat bosses talking my ear off as is.
At the end of the original game, the lesson Princess Peach takes away from all this is that she should listen to Toadsworth more often and behave more like a princess, but now she instead concludes that she shouldn't wander off by herself quite so often. In the GameCube version, this Toad lady is a stay-at-home mom, or well, a stay-at-casino mom actually. Maybe she still is, but her son isn't allowed to complain about it anymore. He complains about his whole family, but when talking about his mom, he used to say,
She doesn't have a job, she never cleans.
now it's simply,
She's never ever home.
I assume they took issue with the cleaning line in particular, but he wasn't saying that because she's a woman. He said it because she's not contributing to the household in any way. King K has a crush on Jolene's alter ego. This is what he used to say about her. My boys said they saw a stunning babe having a juice at the fresh juice shop. King K could use a little shorty in his life, dig? The remake is fine calling her a stunning babe, but shorty is a step too far apparently. The second line is now, she likes juice, I like juice, we already have so much in common. He used to refer to the traveling sisters as shorties as well, and the female toad in the lobby as girlfriends. Grubba mentions he's got a date with a cute little chickadee. This was changed to my best gal. In RDM issue 2, Pungent's philosophy is reported as being money and girls are fickle, so easy come, easy go, you know? This was changed to money and customers are fickle. And in issue 4, the Twilight Town shopkeeper's wife is referred to as the Little Missus. Now she's his highly chatty spouse. Alright, so we all know Hooktail is female, a fact the original tries to hide until the Gloomtail encounter. What you may not have known though, is that in pre-release builds of the Thousand Year Door, Hooktail was actively misgendered as male by the people of Petalburg. Even back in 2004, I guess the translators thought better of this and changed her pronouns to the genderless it, except in some places where they forgot. However, for this remake they seem to have changed their minds again. Misgendering is now more of a hot button issue, so Hooktail is now referred to using female pronouns everywhere, except in this place where they forgot. Oops. Personally, I'm not a big fan of this change. Hooktail is a dragon, a monster that eats people. Yeah, I think you can call that an it. How are people supposed to know her gender anyway? Did someone go up to her and ask? And Liv? Did she put her pronouns in her Twitter bio? Aside from that, my main issue with this change is that it kind of ruins the joke behind the Traveling Sisters Trees dialogue. They talk about wanting to see her, like a bunch of clueless tourists talking about visiting a landmark, ending with one of them asking, "What's a hooktail?" This doesn't really work anymore, does it? They've been calling her a she this whole time, so they should at least know it's a person. Then again, this dialogue was originally written with male pronouns, so I guess the fact that it worked better with it was just an accident. Following this change, I expected them to refer to X as them, but no, they kept those pronouns as is. X is still assumed to be male. Also, since we're on the subject, Yoshi's pronouns are no longer assumed before he hatches, though they call him an it before then, not they. It seems like they're referring to the egg itself, not the creature inside. Amazingly, Luigi's cross-dressing story has been left unchanged. Well, okay, not completely. They changed one line to clarify that the ritual sacrifice of the mayor's daughter was the monster's idea and not just a quirky hobby the town had. But thankfully Luigi did still get to wear his dress as nature intended. I guess Luigi himself didn't talk about it in a way that could be considered mean-spirited, but the same cannot be said for Jerry, who was traumatized by the event. Hi, I guess, I'm Jerry. I'm a babam from Plumbelly Village. Nice meeting you. Sorry I sound so down, but you would be too if you saw Luigi dressed as a bride. I'm serious, it scarred me. It was honestly scarier than the giant snake thing. I feel I now have a moral duty to stop Luigi from ever dressing as a bride again. I have to protect the world from my fate. That's why I'm sticking close to this guy. Yeah, I'm not surprised they changed this one. Remember, aside from Hazy, all of Luigi's party members are supposed to dislike him, so since they kept the story the same, they kind of just had to make up a new reason for Jerry to hate Luigi. Hi, I guess, I'm Jerry. I'm a babam from Plumbelly Village. Nice meeting you. Sorry I sound so down, but you would be too if you'd seen Luigi's big bridal stunt show. He's so clumsy in heels. He was like a wobbly force of nature, falling down everywhere, knocking things over, tumbling into people. Now I have an obligation to tag along and clear the area if Luigi so much as glances at a stiletto. Somebody has to be the herald of the coming wobble-pocalypse. That's why I'm sticking close to this guy. And even his tattle has been changed to match. He's really burning with a righteous fire, and I think he's seen some horrible things. Speaking of which, I wonder if I'll ever be a bride. He seems rattled and a bit bruised, as if he's taken several lumps to the head from a clumsy bridal decoy. Speaking of which, I wonder how graceful I would be as a bride. When talking about this babam, Goombella touches on, like, gender stereotypes, I guess? That pink color's really cute, but I think it's a dude. It's another case of them replacing something that wasn't a joke with a joke, so I'm not complaining. That pink color's really cute, but ironically he's not very bright. In case you don't remember, this is the guy with the worst advice in history, so it's appropriate. Goombella also comments on the gender of this babam. That's the innkeeper. Hard to tell with babams, but I think it's a female. Wanting to avoid the topic entirely, the remake changes this to something unrelated. This babam is the innkeeper. For a shack way out in the tundra, she's made this place pretty cozy. Lastly, the remake felt the need to remove instances where positive traits were attributed to manliness. For example, Koops calls Mario the man, that's gone now. This babam, Nop, would say, "Real men wear short sleeves, da pow! Ditch the sleeves and lip guard, da blim!" Now he says real explosives instead of real men. That's all the major censorship stuff. There's some other changes that I think might be censorship, but I'm honestly not sure. For example, when you first enter Twilight Town, Goombella calls Gloomer creepy to his face too. In the remake, she doesn't call him anything. Speaking of Twilighters, one of them leaves a message at the back of the Rogueport billboard, signing it as Morbidly Depressed Twilighter. I think Nintendo would rather depression didn't exist in the Mushroom Kingdom, so now they're the eternally gloomy Twilighter. After Koops embarrasses himself in front of Mario and walks away, Goombella rudely asks, "What do you think that was all about? Talk about issues." I guess she puts it a little more kindly now? What do you think's going on inside that guy's shell? During his rant about kids these days, Mayor Kroop would say, "Their tempers are too short for their own good, for one. Makes me wanna smack 'em." It's implied violence, sure, but that's the joke. He's showing that he himself has a short temper. This joke is now lost.
Makes me wanna give him a good stern finger wagging.
The dialogue for foreign characters has changed a lot. I guess they thought the original dialogue was way too stereotypical. Cortez probably would have been the biggest culprit in that regard. His original dialogue was Spanish in the most rudimentary way possible. Oh, those people say like amigo and senor, right? And they like piñatas, I think? Okay, well, that's my job done. Oh, sorry, I meant senor and pinata with just a regular N. Those mistakes were made out of pure ignorance too. The Enye did exist in the original character set, they simply chose not to use it. But aside from the spelling, Cortez's Spanish received a glow up in general. To my ignorant ass, it looks like they just replaced random bits of Spanish with other bits of Spanish, but I've been assured this is actually an upgrade. Not a big one, mind, but it's better. Here's a side-by-side comparison.
And this is my ship. What are you doing here? Habla, speak. I'll turn your mustache into a bone polisher. Yo! Stupido, you are foolish indeed, for I am not dead. Well, technically I was already dead, but my espiritu endures, tied to my treasure. So you cannot do anything to me, I do not live. En serio? You want this? Bueno, that should do it. If you don't need anything else, away with you. What are you talking about? I do not rent this ship for pleasure cruises. And even if I would lend it to you, this ship is magica and it cannot move now. Bueno, da igual. Fine, take it. I accept your bargain. Now be very careful with that gem. You have distinguished yourself in battle. Excelente, amigo. Preparados, amigo? Cast off. Un momento, that reminds me. If you ever get the urge to return to Keelhaul Key, just say the word, see? I will send you to the isla faster than the fastest winds can blow. ¿Qué pasa? Going to Keelhaul Key? Oh, that's so? Bueno, okay. You decide to go though, you just yell. Muy bien, to sea we go. ¿Qué pasa? Need to go back to Rogueport? Well, it seems you have come to truly love this isla tropical. If you ever wish to leave its shores behind, just give me a shout. Muy bien, we are off. Cast off to Rogueport.
Dupree received similar changes. I don't know any French people who can confirm this for me, but I'm sure it's an improvement as well. The thing that'll stand out most about this guy is that they got rid of his I dialect. I dialect is when words are intentionally misspelled to imply a strong accent. It's something the remake still uses for its English accents like Cockney or Texan, but not for Dupree. Not sure if he's not supposed to have an accent anymore or if they simply thought the I dialect was too annoying to read. And there's also some changes unrelated to language that were made to tone down his womanizing, I'm sure. Ah, bonjour, mademoiselle. Isn't it a beautiful day? No, not you, monsieur de la moustache. I am speaking to the lovely little cabbage behind you, mon petit chou. Do you hear me, beautiful? Abandon this dollard and come away with me. Oh, je suis blessé, I am wounded. Such brutal honesty, such a sharp tongue. I shall retreat for now. If you change your mind, come find me. Oh, young lady, you could not forget me after all, is that right? Such burning persistence, this is why I love you. Ah, my love, mon amour. When my mind turns to you, I feel the moths of love flutter in my belly button. Bonjour, monsieur de la moustache. Tell me, where is your adorable companion? Yes, you know the one, La Studios Goomba. Bonjour, mes amis. I came to warn you that the three shadows were added here. Bonjour, monsieur de la moustache. You also come to this place? Right now I am loopy with love for that ravishing creature over there. She is a sight to behold, and I saw her first. Right now I am loopy with love for that ravishing creature over there, but she is playing coy. Soon that blazing heart will belong to Dupree. She cannot resist me. Bonjour, monsieur de la moustache. I wonder what flowers that beautiful young woman likes. She is like a ravishing but thorny red rose, eh? If I am not careful, I may get cut. Ah, that lovely young woman. She is un biscuit particulièrement dur. Or one tough cookie, as you say. Oh, I cannot even sleep. The pink spots on her oversized hat invade my very dreams. No matter how many times I approach, that young woman recoils in horror. Her heart is a cold place, a black hole where my love goes to die. The universe can be a cold place sometimes, eh? Why must this be? I have learned that my dear young woman loves a former champion champignon, Prince Mush. That is why I must enter the ring and prove that I am a champignon as well. Champion. Ah, monsieur, you are a skilled fighter, right? Lose round to me. No, untrue, monsieur. When I awoke, I was here, in this shop. I swear it. Je ne mens pas. Please, say something. Mademoiselle, I meant you no harm, I promise. Croyez-moi. Huh? I do not understand this madness. Pas du tout, not at all. I just do not get it. I remember coming here through that pipe, but it gets fuzzy after that, and now I do not know why I am here. Not that it is a problem, this young woman is quite fetching, eh? Even his dialogue as a pig has changed. Instead of loink, he now says gruik, which I assume is the French onomatopoeia for oinking. Bonjour, Monsieur de la Moustache. Isn't the lass at the reception desk magnificent? I shall stay here every night until her heart is mine. I shall not tire. Ah, Monsieur de la Moustache. I have tried too many times to talk to the girl in the inn, and she kicked me out. C'est incroyable. So now I must use the heat of my feelings for her to melt the snow. Achoo! General White? I do not know this fellow. Calhoun, yes? He is a man? Ah, désolé. I only pay attention to the lovely ladies of this world. Bonjour, Monsieur de la Moustache. Say that again? You will go to the moon? Is this, comment dire? Is this a joke? I do not think this joke will impress many women, monsieur. Bonjour, Monsieur de la Moustache. You find me most troubled. The women of this world, they fail to see my sheer charisma, my animal handsomeness. I, of course, must forgive them all, for I am Dupree. Et vous? Out of the foreigners, the Fahr Outpost Babams probably changed the least. They still speak with slightly broken grammar. They tend not to use articles in their sentences, which is a stereotypical Russian way to speak. However, the Russian was much more overt in the original, where they would frequently say da. The remake didn't remove these words like it did with Cortez's use of the word amigo, instead it just translated them. I don't think that was the right call though, because it really calls attention to how much the original overused the word da. The Babams just can't stop saying yes now. Also, you know how the Babams say all these explosion words like kablooey and kapow? Well, for some reason they even took the das out of those. Can't help but feel like that was done by an employee who didn't understand the assignment they were given. Kinda funny though. Lastly, we have Mr. Hoggle, and I'm actually not sure which nationality he's supposed to represent. Either way, he definitely seems like some kind of foreigner, and out of all of them, his dialogue has changed the most. Basically all of his dialogue was fully rewritten. This one deserves more than a side-by-side. If I did that, I'd basically have to underline all of it. Here's how he spoke in the original.
No bad, so very bad. Behave yourself, egg. No bad, come back, help. My imported egg escaped, somebody catch it.
And here's the remake's take on the same cutscene.
No, stop that at once. This behavior is unacceptable in a foodstuff. I insist you desist. No, please come back to me. Someone help, my rare imported egg has escaped. Please catch it.
It's completely rewritten, but why? I can't say if it's less stereotypical, because I really can't even tell what it's supposed to be stereotypical of. Well, whatever it was, the translator sure took issue with it, because again, all of it changed.
So bad. It does not even have arms and legs, and still I cannot catch it. My menu was going to have the southern fried egg dog of tastiness, but now bad. I ordered that naughty egg from an island in the south. I had to pay shipping too. Don't just stand there, help catch it. How dreadful. I'm helpless to catch it despite its total lack of arms or legs. However shall I make my famous spotted egg dog now? Woe is me. I ordered that incorrigible egg from an island in the south. There were associated shipping costs. Well, don't just stand there, help me catch it. Most awfully bad. Come down from there, bad egg. How am I supposed to get it now? Fly there? You, don't just stand there with your mustache. Find a way to get up there. Absolutely unacceptable in a polite society. I insist you come down at once, egg. How am I to reach you up there? Fly like a common sparrow? Ah, fine. Most people don't like eating stuff that jumps all over the place anyway. Oh, very well. Fine. I suppose there's not much market for cuisine that jumps anyway. Who needs sales stall? My hot dog gives you all you want. Only 10 coins now. The souvenir shop is irrelevant to the true hot dog connoisseur with 10 coins to spend. Hello there, you customer. The aroma of yum in the air is the specialty of Glitzville. Mr. Hoggle's famous hot dogs. Only 10 coins for one. You will buy one? A very good day to you, my very good man. You have no doubt noticed Glitzville's many aromas? Well, the finest of them is Mr. Hoggle's famous hot dogs. Only 10 coins apiece. May I tempt you? Hello there, you customer. That thing with you used to be my runaway egg, I think. Yes, that hatched from my naughty egg. I guess it's good I didn't cook it. A very good day to you. Perchance did that creature with you used to be my runaway egg? Why, yes, it hatched from that incorrigible egg. I suppose it's the best I didn't cook it. You need more coins or you will never sample the savory yum of this hot dog. You unfortunately don't seem to have the, necessary resources to purchase a hot dog. How awkward.
I want to make special mention of the dialogue for attempting to buy a hot dog while your inventory is full.
Your inventory is full. Why don't you sell, store, or use something?
Not only was this line rewritten, like the others, but this one in particular was never written for Mr. Hoggle at all. This message has the ID STG3 Shop 18, which is the message you get from the sales stall owner when trying to withdraw an item from storage while your inventory is full. This never happens in the Thousand Year Door. Certain messages do get reused, but when that's the case, it's duplicate text stored in 2 or more different places. Nowhere else in the original or the remake do 2 different NPCs fetch a dialogue from the same point in memory, so I think this was a last-minute hack job. They probably noticed late in development that they forgot to make full inventory dialogue for Mr. Hoggle, and rather than creating a new message and message ID, they just hastily had it point to a piece of pre-existing dialogue that fulfilled the same purpose. So yeah, all of that is to say, there's new dialogue here too.
I'm afraid your current storage is not up to the challenge of a hot dog. Sell, store, or use an item, perhaps?
The Thousand Year Door pretty much directly followed Paper Mario 64, so the devs felt comfortable enough to include this line. Yeah, I bet you know, but you get these things called star points when you win battles. Feels a little presumptuous. Paper Mario 64 didn't sell that well. And also, we now live in a world where Paper Mario hasn't had EXP for 3 games straight, so maybe a small reintroduction is in order. Aside from telling you what they do, which the original did as well, the remake now also points out where to look for them. That's what these little things are, star points. The star points you get will show up there. Now, action commands haven't really left the series, but it's been a while since we've had a combat system quite like the Thousand Year Doors, so the action command tutorial got a similar treatment. Not only did the original assume you knew how they worked, Professor frankly would talk down to you if you agreed to listen to his tutorial.
You two do know about your action commands, don't you? Positively shocking. In that case, you ought to take a second to learn them.
The rewrite is considerably more understanding of newcomers.
Would you two like to practice your action commands before we descend? They're the basics of battle after all. Good call. In that case, let's have a little practice session.
And, well, in modern video game fashion, the professor won't take no for an answer. If you refuse his explanation, he'll give you the short version to make sure you at least understand the very basics.
A quick refresher. When your partner attacks, match what's shown on the screen. When guarding, press A in time with your opponent's attack. If you can remember that, you'll be fine.
On the subject of tutorials, the one that teaches you about star power has changed too. In the original, it would explain SP, hecklers and the bingo mechanic. Seems like the developers of the remake thought the prologue was a bit too tutorial heavy though, because it now only teaches you about star power. The audience tutorial was moved to the path to Swank Fortress of all places. It's also been completely rewritten since Goombella is now the one explaining it to you, and instead of explaining bingo, she then moves on to explain hazards instead. The remaining tutorials have all changed in pretty much the same way. They're now more interactive, occasionally stopping to have you try out new mechanics yourself. Some of the original tutorials already did this to an extent, but now the partner tutorials do too. One unique change is to the Miss Mouse tutorial. That one was kinda messed up in the original. It starts off normal, but after you have her sniff the air, she keeps speaking, taking over for the tutorial. After a few messages, the system message box returns to explain the rest, but even then the tutorial remains in the first person. Very strange. In the remake, they thankfully fixed this. She now stays in her lane and doesn't speak at all outside of her standard treasure sniffing dialogue. Goombella's tattles can serve as useful hints for if you're stumped, but the problem is, her tattles never change. If it contains advice, that advice will stay there even after it stops being useful. Or worse yet, she can give advice before it's even relevant. This is probably one of the reasons partner hints became a thing. They're only available when appropriate. As for the advice in Goombella's tattles, these hints that only worked under certain circumstances were removed. For example, when you tattled Bobbery inside his house, she used to say, "It'd be nice if Professor Franklin could tell us something about him." That's all well and good if you find him when you're supposed to, but if you run into him early, Franklin won't have anything to say. Here's some more random advice that got removed. Oh, there's a pipe here that connects to Petal Meadows. Hey, I was meaning to ask, have you mastered Koops' hold move yet? When Koops is with you, just press and hold X to make his shell stop ahead of you. You can even move around while it stays there. Try it out in different areas. Water! I bet we need Koops. Or maybe that doesn't make any sense at all. Maybe Bobbery could alter the timing of when the switch gets activated. Forget using an ally's power here. Trust yourself and let's roll. You know what I mean. Hey, by the way, Mario, you can cancel boat mode or plane mode by pressing B. I'm like the tip master. That's a super convenient one too, so don't forget. Not to change the subject, but did you know you have to hit some switches a certain number of times? Yeah, that kinda came out of left field, but I was just wondering if you knew that. Hey, and those star marks on the floor must mean something, right? Looks like we'll need to find a pipe to get there though, so let's look for a pipe. Not to totally change the subject or anything, but how's your memory, Mario? If you have trouble recalling the full path, you ought to maybe leave and re-enter. Rooms like this always have a hint though, it's like a law. See anything like that? Hey, by the way, Mario, you see up there? One of these ceiling panels is loose. Don't you have some super move or something that can get us up there? If you stay on the tiles that were lit up, I think you'll be okay, Mario. But you should totally go first, one way or the other. We gotta do something about those chain chomps in the middle if you wanna move on. Yeah, that's right, I don't just mean the moving ones. Some areas had to be given completely new title information, because if you removed all the gameplay hints from them, there'd be no title left. If we wanna get over to that ledge on the right, I think we gotta fly in plane mode. Oh, hey, and Mario, can you see that tunnel-like opening in the ledge wall? So here's what they replaced it with. Boggly Woods is a great name for this place. The trees, the flowers, even the ground boggles the mind. It's a pretty kind of boggling though, and from a high up spot, oh baby, I'm talking peak prettiness. The bubble room inside the great tree has the same issue. The original is all hints. We can jump this gap easily, but I think the punies will totally plummet down there. If you gather them into a group and blow on them, they should all fall over the edge. But then they'll come back up in bubbles, and then you can blow them across. As for the door on the left, if you use that panel, it'll unlock it, I'm pretty sure. For some reason, they were fine keeping that door part, but the rest has been replaced. Bubbles keep floating up from the water at the bottom. Weird. The door on the left is interesting too. If we turn that nearby panel's light green, it should let us enter. The worst victim in this category of changes has to be the Riddle Tower. The Palace of Shadow is this big long final test of a dungeon where you'll end up using all your and your party's abilities. And I always considered the Riddle Tower to be made specifically to give Goombella her moment to shine. But not anymore. The advice for each riddle has been moved to the partner hints. That's bad enough by itself, but for me the real unforgivable sin is that the tattle dialogue from these old tattles has been replaced with the same thing in every room. There's something written on the wall, something tells me it's related to the history of this tower. So yeah, Goombella really isn't as useful as she used to be. They really did my girl dirty, man. On the brighter side, Goombella got a few new area tattles, and that's despite there not really being any new locations. In the original, Goombella's area tattles follow a very clear rule. There's only one per area, an area being, well, any place that triggers a loading screen when entering. But the remake introduced a couple of exceptions to this rule. Normally I wouldn't like it when a game's rules are inconsistent, but I quite like the application of these. For example, after you use the X-Naut teleporter for the first time, you're sent to an unknown location. Even though you're in the underground town, Goombella's tattle is now this. Where are we? And why does this place look so familiar? In the original, she just blurts out that we're down below Rogueport, spoiling the surprise. After you open the door, Goombella's tattle reverts back to the usual one for this location, even when you re-enter the building. Similarly, Goombella would also spoil where this scene takes place, simply considering it the promoter's room. Now she says, I think we're above the ceiling. It's a bit cramped here, and dark too. The other ones were added just for fun, not because it would cause Goombella to spoil stuff. In the Major League locker room, Goombella complains about the bathroom always being occupied. But when you emerge from the toilet yourself, it's not, so the tattle was temporarily changed to account for this. This is a Major League locker room. Everyone here dreams of reaching the top. You can almost feel the intensity of their ambition in the air. It's weird. And so is the bathroom here. It connects to the locker room on the other side of the building. You're the plumber here. Is that how bathroom pipes are supposed to work? The creepy Steeple belfry had a kind of boring tattle, where she just talks about the stairs leading up to it. That's because the stairs are the only part of the room where you can use tattle before Goombella leaves your party for the rest of the chapter. They added a tattle for the actual belfry part of the belfry, but you can only see it after chapter 4, at which point there is no reason to be up there anymore anyway. This is the belfry of creepy Steeple. Every time this bell rung, a villager would be turned into a pig. For some reason, they also gave Goombella a dedicated tattle for specifically Cabin 5 of the Excess Express. This is Cabin 5, which is our cabin. If we need to rest, the bunk in here is super comfy. Tray naps are the best. This is probably the most questionable implementation of these sub-area tattles, but come on, it's fun. We can let them have this one. Something the Thousand Year Door relies on a lot is the system message box. It's this blue one, it's used for narration type text. Usually these are tutorials, but they're also often used for when you inspect objects, describing what you see as some sort of unseen narrator. These are fine, you know, kind of unavoidable in some cases. But thankfully the remake does dial them back a little, replacing some of them with partner dialogue. These are still very much function first, but at least it adds a hint of personality. Flurry is never going to sound quite like Yoshi, you know? Anyway, the first one is kind of a technicality. When inspecting the blooper tentacle, a system message used to say, "That thing's kind of soggy." This dialogue is handed over to your party, which currently only consists of Goombella. It's kind of soggy and majorly gross. The message describing Bobbery's door, it's locked from the inside, becomes, dang, it looks like it's locked. Oh, looks like it's locked. Oh, poo, looks like it's locked.
Ah, shoot, looks like it's locked.
Looks like it's locked. Ah, looks like it's locked. If you inspect Skull Rock before Flavio has joined you, originally it would give you this message. A large stone blocks the way. It seems to be carved into the shape of a skull. There is a space in one of the eyes where you could conceivably place something. And here's the party dialogue you get in its stead. This rock looks kinda like a skull. Oh, and it looks like that one spot in the eye could fit something inside. The shape of this indentation, I feel like I've seen something that would fit there. Cool skull rock, huh? There's a spot in the eye that looks like it could hold something. Wait, the shape of this indent looks like something I've seen somewhere. Interesting rock, looks quite a bit like a skull. Oh, and there's a spot in this eye that would fit something. And the shape of the indentation, I feel certain I've seen something like it before.
This rock looks like a skull. And hey, there's a spot in the eye where you could put something. Take a look at the shape of the hole, Gonzalez. Does it remind you of anything we've seen?
Huh, this rock looks a lot like a skull. And you could fit something inside this little spot in the eye. I feel like we've seen something that's the same shape as this little indentation.
I say, this rock looks like a fiendish grinning skull, and there's a spot you could insert something. I feel certain I've seen something the same shape as this indentation, but I can't bring it to mind, blast it.
As skull-shaped rocks go, this is an excellent one. There's even a spot here in the eye to insert something. And doesn't the shape of that indentation remind you of something? Something we've seen recently? The sluice gate in Pirate's Grotto used to have two system messages. There is a winch here that raises the sluice gate. You will need a handle to move the winch. The sluice gate is already up. Both of them are replaced by party dialogue. There's a hole in this winch. If I know my winches, there must be an item that perfectly fits here. I bet there's some kind of item that would be a perfect fit for the hole in this wind-up thingy. There's a hole in this device. Perhaps there's an item that will prove to be a perfect fit?
Hey, there's a hole in this gizmo. I bet there's an item that perfectly fits in there too.
There's a hole in the side of this winch, and I'm sure there must be some item that fits it perfectly.
Ah, a winch! I'd wager there's an item that perfectly fits in the hole in its side. Anything come to mind?
There's a hole in the side of this winch. I'm sure there's a perfect item to fit this puzzle somewhere. The sluice gate's already up. The sluice gate is already up. The sluice gate is already raised, my dear.
Sluice gate's up already, Gonzalez.
The sluice gate has been raised already.
I say the sluice gate's already up and sluicing, old boy.
The sluice gate's been raised already. When interacting with the elevator in Riverside Station, it used to say, "There's a hole here for the elevator key," but you don't have the elevator key. The system message wasn't removed entirely, though it only says elevator keyhole now. The added party dialogue carries most of the substance now. Huh, guess we need an elevator key. Can we get an elevator key somewhere? Looks like we'll need an elevator key, darling.
Guess we need an elevator key, hey Gonzalez?
Let's go find ourselves an elevator key.
An elevator key, you say? Well, I suppose it can't be helped.
This one is beyond my professional skills. We need an elevator key. On the start of day 3 in the Access Express, you can't go to the baggage car before speaking to the engineer first. If you try, you'll get this message. The door looks like it might open, but not quite. And now in the remake, you know it, the party gets to pitch in instead. Huh? The door's not budging at all. How do you open it, I wonder? Shouldn't this open? It looks like it should open. This poor door won't open at all. Curious, isn't it?
Not opening? What's the deal? Door should open.
Odd that it won't open. It really seems like it should.
This door's a bit of an odd duck. Not opening is the opposite of proper door behavior.
Disappointing. It seems quite stuck, doesn't it, dearie? In Poshley's sanctum, interacting with the painting would give you this message. This huge painting looks like it could swallow you whole. And now the party tells you it's a painting of the sanctum. It's really vivid, like it could be real. It's a painting of the sanctum. It's really well done, super realistic. My, a painting of the sanctum. There's something grandly evocative about it. It's almost too realistic.
Looks like a painting of the sanctum. The colors and stuff really pull you in, huh?
It's the sanctum. What an impressive painting. It just pulls me in.
A painting of the sanctum, and a rather captivating one at that.
A fine painting of the sanctum for certain. I feel like I could just step inside.
In the Riddle Tower we have another one of these. The original text was, there's an opening here for a key of some sort, which the party now tells you.
I bet we could fit a key in there.
I think you could get a key in this hole. Looks to be some kind of keyhole if you ask me.
This looks like one of those holes you put a key in. A keyhole.
This opening looks a lot like a keyhole.
Aha! It appears to be a good old-fashioned keyhole.
I know my keyholes, darling, and this here is a keyhole. You know how there are some NPCs whose dialogue only changes a little bit every chapter? A couple of these small changes have been removed. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because those differences didn't exist in the Japanese text? I think it's pretty obvious that some of them were unintended, and removing those is usually a positive, but for others it's a shame we lost a little bit of extra dialogue. Like, here's one that was probably just a mistake. If you talk to the bandit who pickpocketed you, after he gives you your money back, he'd say,
"Don't come grumbling to me about losing a little pocket change, okay, buddy?"
But the next time you would load this area, the word grumbling would be replaced with crying for no reason. In the remake, it's always grumbling. After you leave Petalburg, this Koopa tries to explore Hooktail Castle. From chapter 2 onwards, he says, "I want to have an adventure like you guys. Actually, I even went to Hooktail Castle once. And you know what? The drawbridge over the moat was busted. I couldn't get in. How did you guys manage to get across that moat with the drawbridge broken, huh?" But then, in the post-game, that last message changed to be future tense in the original. Not sure how that even happened, but it's fixed now. In both versions, Bubulbro says this from chapter 2 onwards.
"It's yet another fine day, but that just means I'll be longing for blessed rain."
But in the original, it changed to this in the post-game.
"It's yet another glorious day, but that just means I'll be wishing for sweet rain."
In the Glitz Pit, Toodles calls you things like a great beefy bull of a man. Every time her dialogue updates, she calls you something different. A large lovely tiger of a man, a savage surly stud of a man, stuff like that. The first time this happens is when you become a fighter. Her intro goes from, "Well hello there you big burly hunk of a man you. You're smashing dear," to, "Well hello there you fine sweaty stallion of a man you. You're marvelous dear." However, that's the only thing that changes about her dialogue at that point. The actual substance of her dialogue remains the same. And now, in the remake, even the intro stays the same, staying as the big burly hunk of a man one. In the original, every member of Glitzpit Security had a different tattle. This guy is Glitzpit Security. He has to keep watch in this particular area. You can tell this guy works out all the time. I bet he's even buffer than the fighters. That second to last sentence is the one that's different. Each security member would get a different analogy for how strong they are. Look at the huge pipes on this guy, wowzers! Muscles here definitely hits the weights. Boy, this guy must work out all the time, huh? This guy must do like 1,000,000 sit-ups daily. This guy probably works out 8 hours a day. This guy could probably bench our whole party. This guy must be a former Mr. Mushroom Kingdom. This guy must eat nothing but protein shakes. 10 to 1 this guy has a professional trainer. Now there is a man who's lifted a few weights. This guy looks like he could turn folks into pretzels. I sure wouldn't want to get on this guy's bad side. This guy could probably bench press a thwomp. All of these, every single one of these, has been changed to match the first tattle, the "this guy works out all the time" one. However, aside from the guy that Tattle originally belonged to, that does leave one other security member whose Tattle hasn't changed. For some reason, the guy guarding the promoter's office got to keep his original Tattle. This guy has arms as big as your thighs, Mario. I bet he's buffer than the fighters. When you rematch Rockhawk for the first time after Chapter 3, your partner dialogue has for some reason reverted back to that Chapter 3 versions. In the GameCube version, the partners who were with you during Chapter 3 had unique dialogue for this moment, where they acknowledge you fought him before. Okay Mario, we're finally fighting this chump again. Let's totally wreck him. Well Mario, here we are again at last. Don't worry, I'll give it my all. Okay Mario darling, we're back at long last. This is our title.
Okay Gonzalez, we were here before, so this ain't nothing. I'm all fired up, baby.
But now, they're acting like this is the first time again. And, even worse, their dialogue for rematching Rockhawk has also reverted back to the Chapter 3 version, and Rockhawk's as well. Problem is, the only way you can rematch Rockhawk in Chapter 3 is by losing to him, so the dialogue was written for that purpose. Which means that now, in the remake, you'll rematch Rockhawk when you've probably already beaten Bonetail, you're so decked out with badges that you could probably destroy him just by looking at him hard enough, and your partner is like, oh, I don't know Mario, we'll probably get him this time. And Rockhawk is like, it doesn't matter how many times you try, this is gonna be even more fun than last time, because I won. And it's just, why? I mean, don't get me wrong, the original dialogue isn't the polar opposite of this. It was meant to be used regardless of which one of you is currently the champion, so it's kind of ambiguous, but it's better than this, so why would they go out of their way to delete dialogue that worked fine and replace it with something that doesn't? And somehow we're still not done with Glitzville. Fighting the Iron Adonis twins after Chapter 3 used to give them unique dialogue. There's no way we're gonna lose with these Iron Bods. Like the Rockhawk dialogue, this was replaced with the Chapter 3 version. After Grubba flees his office, most of the guards' dialogue changes to say that they saw him run by. Mr. Grubba? Yeah, I saw him heading towards the ring. He looked furious too. Mr. Grubba? He just flew by. I think he went to the ring and boy was he mad. Mr. Grubba? Yeah, he just ran for the ring like his pants were on fire. Ironically, the only locker room guard to not change his dialogue is the one guard Grubba definitely ran past. They fixed this in the remake by giving him the first of those quotes, the one saying Grubba looked furious, and apart from the guy guarding the ring, all the others now say they didn't see Grubba at all. I'm not a fan of replacing unique dialogue with copy-pasted dialogue, but admittedly this does make more sense. In particular, the guards on the blue side really shouldn't have seen him at all, unless he did a whole lap around the hallway for some reason. When you receive your second cake, electing to eat it with Flurry or Yoshi in your party will net you the same reaction as the first cake, aside from the poisoning of course. In the original, each party member had a unique message for eating the second cake, now only Goombella and Koops do. And if you say no to the second cake, Flurry gets to keep her unique dialogue, but the other three have the same reaction as with the first cake. What's going on with this area, man? Why is it like this? Also, in the original, the no items promoter condition used to have different text depending on if you were in the major or minor league. That was definitely just an accident, and they fixed it here. There's a Twilighter who sings different songs to you over the course of the game. The one they removed is the one that's exclusive to the post-game in the original.
Steeple Bell, yes, Moonlight School, I guess. At Twilight I play chess.
When you try to enter the Twilight Town pipe after losing your name, originally you got the message, for some reason you can't enter the pipe. Now it's the same message as when you get rejected before Chapter 4. I actually think that's a great change. The repetition might help confused players connect the dots. During Chapter 6, this penguin says, "Hey there, Poshley Heights sure is nice and warm, eh? Yeah, I really dig it here, cold places make me sneeze." But in the original, he would lose his accent after Chapter 6. "Hey there, Poshley Heights sure is nice and warm, huh? Yeah, I really dig it here, cold places make me sneeze." The opposite has happened as well. There are pieces of dialogue that were different in the original Japanese version but were translated to be identical, and now these differences have been restored in the remake. Between chapters 3 and 6, Lackey, the Lakitu near the Excess Express, would say this.
All I ever think about is how this train cuts through the wind as it races across plains. Like a torpedo on Earth slicing through the relentless winds. Doesn't it just fire you up inside? I don't have the money yet, but my dream is to one day ride this train.
It's the third message that originally went unchanged but were different in the Japanese version, so to match this line now changes every chapter.
Doesn't it get your blood pumping? Isn't it just the coolest thing ever?
Did you know that these two shipwrecked toads have the exact same tattle information? Maybe I'm wrong, but I think this is the only pair of NPCs where that's the case. Well, in the original anyway. But one of them had their tattles slightly changed to be different. That's one of the shipwrecked toads, he crashed just like we did. I think he's gotten used to life here on Keelhaul Key. What a resilient guy. This guy also received new dialogue for the post-game, but it's just paraphrasing what he said before. I wonder why they bothered. This feels like the kind of difference they would have removed if it had existed in the original.
I recently visited the Glitz Pit in Glitzville. It was absolutely incredible. You should check it out sometime, no joke.
This penguin previously only had one piece of dialogue to his name. It may not look like it, but I get really stressed out. Like really bad, eh? But walking barefoot on the grass makes me feel much better, you betcha. Gotta join me, guy? The remake gives him new dialogue in the post-game. It's the same except for this final line, which is now, "By the way you look, you've been under a lot of stress too. Stop a minute and walk around with me." Whenever you get a crystal star, the text is obviously different every time, but it follows the same format, or at least you think that would be the case. I think these might have been written in order because you can see the developers change their minds about these messages in real time as you play through the original. The game starts off structuring the message like this. You got a crystal star, and you learned a special move, insert move here. Then, in chapter 3, the devs are like, hey, you know how Mario's star power increases when he gets a crystal star? Maybe we should mention that as well. And from chapter 6 onward, they decide to say the crystal star instead of a crystal star. The remake standardizes this text, choosing to go with the middle one. They now always say your new star power total, and they say you got a crystal star. Yoshi Kid was born in the Glitz Pit, so he calls Mario Gonzalez throughout the entire adventure. Well, almost. There were actually a few places where he mistakenly calls you Mario. As far as I can tell, every instance of this was fixed in the remake, 5 of them in total by my count. Hooktail's weakness has been reverted back to frogs, as it was in the Japanese original. As far as I know, they only changed it to crickets because the sound effect the badge used was kind of unclear. So, alongside changing the text, the sound effect itself now more clearly sounds like a frog. They even made the badge green like a frog, and the description even explicitly tells you it makes frog sounds. Actually, all of the sound effect badges now tell you what the sound effect is supposed to be, but I think the Hooktail weakness thing is what inspired this change. Though item and badge descriptions have improved a lot in general. In fact, these probably contain the highest concentration of positive changes. You could tell the GameCube version really struggled with its character limit here, which led to item descriptions that were ambiguous or left out vital information. Some of it was just straight up false. The worst offender was the Icicle Pop. The description simply stated it replenishes 10 HP. First of all, it replenishes 15 FP, not 10 HP. And also it completely neglects to mention that this thing can freeze you. Obviously both of these issues were addressed in the remake. There's a bunch more changes like it, but let's move on. The remake introduces a new Boo NPC who quizzes you about all kinds of minute details in the game, kind of like Chuck Quizmo used to in Paper Mario 64. I'm not gonna talk about him too much. Like I said, the point of this video isn't to discuss the dialogue from brand new NPCs, however his existence did cause dialogue to change in other places. For example, when you first meet Goombella, she originally introduces herself as a student at the University of Goom, but now she specifies she's a junior because that's one of the Boo's questions. She did also say she was a junior once in the original, but it's good they added an additional instance if they're gonna quiz you on it. Another question the Boo has for you is the name of the Twilighter who gets turned into a pig at the start of chapter 4. In the original, the translators mistakenly gave him two names, Gloomer and Freddy. This quiz forced them to settle on one. They chose Gloomer. Though I kinda wish they put Freddy as one of the options in the quiz, just as a nod to that mistake. Both Professor Frankly and Four Eyes speak directly to the person in front of the TV at one point. Because the Switch can also be played in handheld mode, this was changed to the person looking at the screen. Tattling a Super Switch before obtaining the Super Boots would originally get you this dialogue. That's a Super Switch. Your jump isn't powerful enough to stomp it down. If you can power up your jump, you may be able to activate this switch. This has been removed in the remake. The remake overhauls the original warp rooms, removing their super switches, which I believe leaves us with only one remaining super switch. And being in Glitzville, it's impossible to see this one without already having the super boots. But even if you somehow got there early through hacks or glitches, I promise you the tattle is gone. The remake fixed the mistranslated Paper Mario references in the emails you receive. Pinty Sr. now takes care of the little oinks instead of Boo Boo, and Kupuk went to hide inside the Crystal Palace rather than the made-up Goomstar Temple. The remake also reinstates the secret section of the final RDM issue. This one existed in the original Japanese version if you scroll down far enough, but the English release scrapped it entirely. You found us! Special final issue! RDM hasn't stopped the digital presses yet. Time to cover some secret corners. Secret News Corner. Urgent news just came across our desk about a certain missing quiz show host, Chuck Quizmo. We've received insider info that his absence can be blamed on his upcoming show, Hey, Who's Fibbin'? Sadly, the troubled production has kept him too busy to join for this adventure, but this reporter wishes him luck. It's sure to be a hit when it premieres. See you next time, Chuck. We'll count on it. Secret Cooking Corner. If you're seeking a truly special dish, try adding an item known as Point Swap. This will let you flip the intensity of whatever you're cooking up. Take an item with a low effect, mix it with Point Swap, and wowie zowie, you gotta try this. And now, dear readers, you have truly, finally, and honestly reached the end of our reporting. Thank you so much for reading all the way to the end. Will we ever meet again? As long as newsletter emails remain the dominant form of community reporting, there's always a chance. Like item descriptions, there's a lot of improvements made to enemy tattles. When tattling Gus, Goombella says, "Oh, and I've told you a million times, that pointy spear of his hurts if you stomp on it." That's not a bad line to put somewhere in the game, but Gus can very easily be the first enemy you'll tattle. Technically any enemy can be your first tattle, but Gus can be your very first battle after Goombella joins your party, so the "told you a million times" thing is just poorly placed here. The remake agrees. She now says, "Oh, and I'm sure it's super obvious, but that pointy spear of his hurts if you stomp on it." The tattles for both the Paragoomba and Hyper Paragoomba tell you it'll lose its wings when you damage it. That's not true, only jump attacks cause flying enemies to lose their wings, so the remake fixes this. The Paragoomba's tattle also received an extra line of dialogue out of nowhere, clearly just for flavor. If it loses its wings, does it become a regular Goomba for the rest of its life? No one ever talks about this. In my previous video, I noted that the Goomba was the only enemy to not have any text after its stat overview. They fixed that now. For context, before the stat overview, Goombella says, "It says here, Goombas are underlings of underlings. No standout features to note." That's totally rude. And now, after giving you its stats, she adds, "Oh, I kinda get the underling thing now." In the remake, Goombella decides to call extra attention to the fact that spiky Goombas have a higher attack power. Guess that spike helps boost its attack compared to the average Goomba. On the topic of spiked enemies, Spoonie as Tattle received a warning not to jump on it. I think it might have been the only spiky enemy to not have this warning before this. Koopa Troopa was the only enemy in the original to not have a stat overview. This was obviously an oversight, no reason to do that on purpose, so they added it back. In addition, they now also let you know that POW blocks can be used to topple it, a feature of the POW block I don't think the original mentions at all. When tattling a basic X-Naut, Goombella recommends using special moves and items. In the 1000 Year Door, special moves are the moves that consume SP, they're the Crystal Star moves. Seems a bit overkill for a regular X-Naut, doesn't it? I wonder if they just meant moves that consume FP here. In the remake, she recommends partner moves instead. Originally, enemies that don't attack, which is to say every version of the mini-yucks, used to have an attack stat of 0 listed in their stat overview. The remake chooses to omit the attack stat completely. Instead, Goombella says, looks like they won't attack directly. Like the Paragoomba before, Magnus van Grapple is another instance of them simply tacking on one more line of dialogue at the end of a tattle just for fun. The original ended with, the thing about this robot is I can't tell if it looks cool or really stupid. Now she adds, and we're not even going to discuss the color. About Shady Koopas, Goombella says, the difference between them and other Koopas? They can attack from their backs. And when they flip back up, their attack gets boosted and they go totally ape. Wrong? They don't gain attack after getting back up. I wonder if maybe the Shady Koopas used to work that way at some point, or if the translators just misunderstood, because the same mistake is also present in the Shady Paratroopa tattle. In the remake, the Shady Koopa version of this tattle now goes, that's not all, while on their backs their attack gets boosted and they use a terrifying technique. And the Shady Paratroopa tattle actually wasn't fixed. It still says they gain attack after flipping back up. When describing the green Magic Koopa, Goombella says, it has magic attacks and can also magically electrify allies and make them invisible. There's nothing explicitly wrong with that, but the phrasing is a little vague. Does it only target allies? Does it make them electrified and invisible at the same time? No, that wouldn't make sense. The remake rephrases it to make it a little more clear. It has magic attacks and can also use magic to make itself or allies electrified or invisible. Aside from straight up new enemies, there's only one enemy tattle that got added to the remake. Well, sort of anyway. The Iron Adonis twins used to have identical tattle information, despite having separate entries in the tattle log. The remake changed the Green Brothers tattle, but only slightly. Only the first line is different. That's an iron cleft. The green shoes mean this one must be the younger brother. One limitation of the GameCube version that I'm sure the localization team hated was the character limit on item and enemy names. This means a bunch of enemy names had to be abbreviated. For example, the Hyper Spiky Goomba had to be the HS Goomba, and the Bombshell Bill Blaster had to be the B Bill Blaster. The Bombshell Bill Blaster's tattle acknowledged this. That's a B Bill Blaster, it fires bombshell bills. Sorry about the abbreviation. Normally I'd hate to see the remake remove a joke, but it makes a lot of sense here of course. That's a Bombshell Bill Blaster, it fires bombshell bills. Makes sense, right? Goombella used to say that fire and explosions light a Bulky Bob-omb's fuse. You can see what they were going for, but lighting its fuse is a separate thing that Bulky Bob-omb does during battle, so the text was changed to say what they actually meant. Fire and explosions will make them blow up immediately. Goombella now warns you not to use fire attacks on embers, lava bubbles, and phantom embers. Here's another thing you should know. Something horrible is likely to happen if you attack it with fire. And whatever you do, make sure you don't attack it with fire, I mean it. You'll take damage if you touch it, and something even worse will happen if you attack it with fire. Their tattle log entries have a similar warning, but none of them actually say what happens, so if anything, this dialogue only makes you more likely to attack them with fire, doesn't it? After all, do you know what happens when you attack them with fire? Do you want to find out? The Rough Puff and Ice Puff get similar warnings, but these actually do explain what happens in those situations. And they'll absorb any lightning attacks you throw their way, so don't do that. And it gets worse, it'll absorb any ice attacks we throw at it. And the Frost Piranha got in on this too. That said, don't even think about using ice attacks, it'll absorb those. Speaking of, for some reason the Frost Piranha's moveset got changed. Its bite no longer freezes you, but it now has a breath attack that does. That basically makes it an ice version of the putrid piranha now. The bite was mentioned in Goombella's Tattles, so obviously that needed an update. Its frozen breath attack can freeze us, so try to immobilize it first. The mechanics behind Smorg are pretty poorly communicated in the original game. After stating that its defense is 1, Goombella says, defeating the tentacles will drop the body's defense to 0, making it easier to attack. It may also take other forms with higher attack powers, I don't really know. Technically this is all true, but what she fails to mention is that during the first phase, Smorg's defense is infinite. It doesn't become 1 until it assumes its second form. Thankfully, it's a lot less confusing in the remake. We won't do any damage to the main body unless we defeat the tentacles first, that's simple biology. It may also take other forms that expose more of its gross body but boost its attack power. In addition to these dialogue changes, Smorg's red weak point is now also not visible while it's invulnerable. This makes the difference in how its defense works between phases a lot more obvious, even if you don't have Goombella tattle it. When tattling Chain Chomp, Goombella says, plus you can't damage it with fire and ice attacks, you can freeze it though. In the remake they removed a bit about being able to freeze it. Not sure why. The Mario wiki says its susceptibility to being frozen hasn't changed, but I don't know, it looks pretty immune to me. Also on GameCube, Goombella calls Chain Chomp a Chomp Chomp in one of her tattle messages. That's gotta be one of the strangest mistakes in the game. Very surprised this made it into both the US and PAL versions of the game. Perhaps even worse, she calls the Paragloomba a stronger version of the Paracoopa. That's also pretty bad. Obviously, it's supposed to be Paragoomba, which is bad enough, but also Paracoopa isn't even a thing. They're called Paratroopas. And of course there's the mistake I mentioned in my previous video, the fact that Goombella calls the blue spiny eggs blue pipes simply because they're called Paipo in Japanese. And one mistake I didn't even know about myself is that Bonetail has always been female, but referred to as male in the original English translation. Also, Goombella originally called Bonetail probably stronger than the last boss. The remake changes this to probably stronger than your basic final boss type. I guess referring to the final boss of this game was a bit too much of a fourth wall break. And I get the joke, but I do agree this is better. For some reason, in some of the old Bowser segments, Bowser and Kammy Koopa talk a lot about looking for treasure. But they knew from the get-go that Mario was collecting the crystal stars, so the remake changes this dialogue to have them look for those specifically. In a few sections you get to control Bowser in areas you visited as Mario as well. Now obviously they didn't want you to roam the entire game world as Bowser, so you can't leave the room you're placed in, and it seems like they didn't want to come up with a justification for that either. In the GameCube version the exits are simply removed, and I guess they just hoped you wouldn't think about it. The remake adds these exits back, and you're now stopped by dialogue if you try to use them.
It won't open!
Your putrescence, wait. Make one of those weirdos tell you where the crystal star is. Poshley Sanctum is up ahead. Get the crystal star.
In the Bowser segment inside the Great Tree, the Punies now react to your fire breath, screaming in fear. In Twilight Town, during a showdown with Bowser, Lord Crump remembers he's holding the Super Bomb and says,
Bah! Oh, I gotta laugh. This is why I keep one of these around. Sorry, suckers!
But that's explicitly not the reason he's holding the Super Bomb. He only has it because he was ordered to collect it, so the dialogue was changed to something more suitable.
Bah! Oh, I gotta laugh. What a perfect time to have one of these babies handy. Sorry, suckers!
At the end of the final Bowser segment, Bowser is so sick of constantly getting outplayed that he just wants to kick Mario's ass.
Then I'm going there too! Immediately! And I'm gonna ruin Mario!
Will you now? Luigi, well done, lad. Way to not fail. Yet.
In the remake, Bowser keeps his eye on the prize.
Then I'm going there too! Immediately! Princess Peach and the legendary treasure will be mine! Kammy, We're leaving now!
Ah, well done, Luigi. We do not fail. Yet. Wherever you are, may you continue to triumph.
At the start of the game, Princess Peach receives the magical map from Beldam in disguise. I think any hardcore fan treated this as a fact, but I'm not sure this was ever truly confirmed in the original. It just made sense for that to be the case, since Beldam was the mastermind who supposedly put everything into motion. In the remake though, this is now undeniable. The cloaked figure has Beldam's voice and she laughs like her too. I like this, it's nice to have this theory fully confirmed. So, knowing that this person is Beldam, why didn't she immediately kidnap Peach and grab the map after Peach got her hands on it? After all, I don't think involving Mario was a part of her plan. Tricking Mario into opening the door was only a contingency plan, one that ends up failing spectacularly because we kill the Shadow Queen. Well, this is what Beldam says happened in the original.
It wasn't my fault, truly. There were too many prying eyes there, too many. Besides, a strange old man showed up at a moment of truth and we had to retreat.
But who was this old man? You may think the answer is obvious, it's Toadsworth, right? Well, it's possible, but he's actually one of two suspects. In the intro, Peach has already abandoned Toadsworth, and when we meet him as Mario, he still doesn't know where she went. So if it's him, that would mean she ditched him, got the map, reunited with him, ditched him again, and then got kidnapped. The other person it could be is Professor Frankly. He talks about being approached by her after she obtains the map. Wonky came in contact with her as well, but he witnessed the kidnapping, so he obviously wasn't the one to deter Beldam from grabbing her. Anyway, the remake gives us a more definitive answer.
Besides, she was soon joined by some old fool of an attendant. Such a fussy fungus.
It was Toadsworth after all. I guess maybe it was supposed to be obvious and I was just overthinking things. Oh well. Peach has new dialogue for interacting with previously uninteractable objects in her cell. It's softer than I expected. At least I'll be sleeping comfortably. Wow, someone did a thorough job in cleaning this. Looks freshly scrubbed and sparkly clean. How oddly considerate of them. Tech's speech has changed to make him sound a little more robotic. In the original, he would frequently use contractions like I'm, that's, or can't, like a normal person, but in the remake he always fully pronounces every word. I am, that is, cannot, stuff like that. It's something that never stuck out to me, but now that they changed it, I think it's way better. It really sells the fact that he's a computer, and I think in general it's great for characters to speak in a way that sets them apart from other characters. After Chapter 3, Princess Peach emails Mario telling him that the X-Nauts are seeking out the crystal stars to conquer the world. That's a bit of a leap though. When speaking to Grotto, he tells her they're looking for the legendary treasure to that end. He doesn't mention the crystal stars at all. Peach asks Tech if the crystal stars and the legendary treasure are related afterwards, but of course he doesn't answer. And I can't say Princess Peach has simply connected the dots either, because in the same email she says she doesn't know what the crystal stars do. She doesn't even mention the legendary treasure at all. The remake fixes all of this. Grotto now mentions the crystal stars and the legendary treasure to help Peach connect the dots, and she does in fact tell Mario about both and what she thinks their relation is. This indirectly makes her next email better too. That one starts off with, "My dear Mario, I have finally learned what the legendary treasure is." Which, in the original, is actually the first time she mentions the legendary treasure to Mario in the first place. One of my favorite moments in the game is Tech's quiz. It feels like a real turning point for Tech, circumventing his own rules in order to help Peach. And it's pretty respectful of the audience too. The game doesn't totally spell out for you that the point of the quiz is to give Peach information. However, this did leave some players confused. And admittedly, that is partly the game's fault. In the original, you're just presented with these selection boxes without any explanation of where Peach is getting this information from. In the rest of the game, these boxes are non-diegetic, they're seemingly just thoughts crossing Mario's mind. So the remake makes clear that Tech is the one presenting these options to Peach. I am about to ask you a series of questions. Please choose the correct answer among 3 options. Out of all the Peach segments, the 5th one, where you have to concoct an invisibility potion, is probably the one to receive the most changes. First of all, there's new dialogue for interacting with elements you're not supposed to yet.
I suppose the potions go in here.
After you made the potion, in the original, if you screwed this up, Tech would simply remark, "How unfortunate, it looks like it was unsuccessful, please do it again." But in the remake he actually tells you where you went wrong. "How unfortunate, it seems the potions were not placed in the correct positions, please do it again." "How unfortunate, it seems the potions were not added to the beaker in the correct order, please do it again." "How unfortunate, it seems the beaker was not heated for the appropriate amount of time, please do it again." Either the potion itself is invisible, or I have more work to do. "How unfortunate, it looks like it was unsuccessful, please do it again." If you did brew the potion correctly, well, I'm sure you remember this part. Peach has to take off her dress and walk around naked. You have done it, you have successfully made yourself transparent. Congratulations. But I must ask you to take off your dress, however. Even the potion cannot make the dress invisible.
What? That's indecent. No way. Oh, fine, I guess, if it's the only way.
The dialogue in this scene was changed to make it seem less coercive, I guess. In fact, it's now Peach's idea to strip naked. You have done it. You have successfully made yourself transparent. Congratulations. However, I have detected a tactical error. The potion was not designed to make the dress invisible as well.
Oh, right, of course. Oh, wait, I should hide my dress so it doesn't get discovered.
They also slightly cut down on the amount of text by having Tech not explain what to do until Peach reaches Grotes's room. In the original, he would explain and then Peach would remind herself when she was there. Now we get to skip the initial explanation and have it replace Peach's reminder later. Also, there's a new line of dialogue here as well.
All done in here, I better head back.
Even right at the start of the game, there's new dialogue. When Lord Crump confronts Goombella, the NPCs you could already talk to now have their dialogue changed to acknowledge the unfolding scene. Previously, they just stuck to what they were saying before.
Heh, looks like another dust-up among rogues. Blokes in this town have fuses too sure by half. In times of violence like these, you gotta give that save block a whack to save your progress. Cause the thing about life is, you never know when you'll see the big game over screen, you get me?
Another fight? I swear you hardly get through a morning stretch before someone throws a punch in this town.
After you rescue the green toad sailor's brother and return him to Rogueport, he says, "Don't make your little brother worry, be careful when you go out to sea from now on." He's talking about himself here, but it sounds like he's addressing Mario. I better be careful when I go out to sea in the future. Little bros shouldn't have to worry about their older sibs. That's much better. Also, in the original, Goombella had this to say about him. "You know that sailor who's constantly freaking out? That's his brother there." Talking to guys like this, it seems like sailors always want to get back to sea. And in the remake, she adds one more thing. But they're pros, right? Do they really need to worry about each other so much? Lumpy's got a bit of a different vibe going on in the remake. The original portrayed him as kind of a shady character, giving him the suspicious people theme. In the remake, he has his own theme that sounds a lot more positive. This continues into his dialogue as well. He used to be a bit more terse, and now he's more, well, professional, I guess. If you try to invest without having enough coins, he used to say, "You're poorer than I am." Now it's,
"Oh, this is awkward. You don't actually have 100 coins, Mario, but I appreciate that you believe in me. If you find yourself with some coins to burn later though, I'd be glad to accept your investment."
If you refuse to invest, he'd originally say,
"Fine, whatever, be that way."
He does still say that, but now he adds,
"It's your call. I'll be here for a while yet in case you come to your senses and want to invest. Just let me know."
This one probably wasn't intentional, but when you invest in his endeavor, he thanks you, and then the next time you speak, his dialogue is the same as before, still asking for money. It's like the game didn't even register you spent anything. In the remake, in addition to thanking you, he'll now also add,
I'll keep accepting investments, so let's chat again in the future.
if you don't have enough money to make another investment. And if you do, he'll say,
I'm still accepting investments. Can I ask for your further support?
so it no longer feels like your money was just spirited away. And when you give him your third and final investment, he used to say,
Thank you so much. Thanks.
and that was all. Combined with his other more suspicious traits in this version, it might just make you think, oh, I just threw my money away, didn't I? Again, he's way more professional now.
Ah, thank you so much. To think you'd be willing to invest so much money into my endeavor. This should be more than enough. I promise you, I will strike oil, so expect good news.
If you spoke to him again after that final investment, all he had to say in the GameCube version was,
Thanks to you, I'm ready to go.
now he says,
Ah, my benefactor Mario. Thanks to you and your coins, I'm ready to get out there and strike it rich. Your timing is perfect. I was just about to leave, and I'm so excited to begin my adventure that I'm shaking.
when he came back, Lumpy used to say the same thing to you regardless of your previous interactions.
Ah, Mario, it's me, Lumpy. Don't you remember? I went to Dry Desert to drill for oil. Ring a bell? I did it! I totally struck oil!
Now there's an alternate introduction for if you've never spoken to him before.
Oh, you must be Mario. My name is Lumpy and... You're not gonna believe this. I struck oil in Dry Desert.
And finally, at the end of this dialogue, he asks you if you want to read his diary. Originally, he wouldn't bring it up until the second time you spoke to him after his return, making it easy to miss. By the way, if you gave Lumpy 300 coins for his oil drilling expedition, he would originally pay you back by filling up your entire wallet. In the remake, your wallet size has increased from 999 coins to 9,999, so now he just gives you 999 coins. And yet, despite this massive wallet, the remake added a feature where Lumpy holds on to any excess funds if your wallet fills up before he can give it all to you.
Well, this isn't going as planned. You've already got a lot. I'll keep holding on to the this many coins I can give you right now. Stop by again sometime for them. Hey Mario, how's it going? What's on your mind? Ah, yes, your coins. They come with my gratitude as well, of course. Please take these number of coins. You got all the coins you can carry right now. Once you take care of that, come back for these.
By the way, I hope you appreciate this footage because I had to grind 9,000 coins to get it. A common change in this remake's dialogue is that it tries to be more clear. Things that weren't explained before now are. Dialogue that was previously ambiguous or confusing has now been made more understandable. But here's a rare instance of the opposite happening. When you get pickpocketed at the start of the game, Goombella would call attention to this in the GameCube version. Mario, you gotta wake up, that guy just stole half your coins.
That is so lame. Ugh, I hate this town.
In the remake, she's not as observant. The game relies on the player to figure out what happened. Goombella just says, "The guy bumps into you and just runs off like that? Unbelievable. Some people are so rude." However, if you did notice you got pickpocketed, the original left it up to you to figure out what to do about it. The remake does nudge you in the right direction, but it's very easy to miss. It's this Dugan NPC. He has new dialogue after you get pickpocketed. "Hey there, my man. You look like you just received a Rogueport hello, meaning you were robbed. Am I right?" "Yeah, that's not a big surprise. I did see a shifty looking guy pass through here in a rush. He scurried down that back alley. If you chase after him, you might be able to say hello back. That shifty looking guy passed through here and ran down that back alley. You gonna chase after him? I wish you luck, my man." About the guy's hideout, have you ever noticed that in the GameCube version, his house has a window on the outside, but when you go in, it's not there? I hadn't, and I also hadn't noticed that they fixed this mistake in the remake. The only reason I became aware of this is because they had to alter some dialogue to account for this change. The pickpocket talked about it a bunch. Here's what they replaced those lines with.
"No air circulation, it's all muggy and nasty. Who'd want to come in here? There's not much natural light, so it's all dark and scary. Who'd wanna come in here? Garbage, flies, roaches, stinky, dirty, muggy, and it's all dim and gloomy.
Props to the developers for even noticing that adding a window created an inconsistency there. It seems like something that would be so easy to miss. A lot of Professor Frankly's dialogue was changed. I suppose it's to be expected, he's the game's main source of exposition, so he talks a lot in general. The changes he received are mostly slight tweaks in how the story is being delivered to the player. The story itself doesn't change though, so in the grand scheme of things, these edits are kind of inconsequential. Here's a segment from Frankly's first scene that got changed.
But I'll agree on one point. To find a treasure, one must have the crystal stars.
To find the treasure of yore, take the crystal stars to the 1000-year door. You mean the crystal stars in that old saying that super elderly people pass down?
Indeed, the same. As the saying goes, if you want to find a legendary treasure, you must first collect the 7 crystal stars.
Hold the magical map aloft before the entrance to the 1000-year door. Then the stars will light the way that leads to the stones of yesterday. Yeah, a lot of the lore I read says that if this magical map is taken to the doorway, then it'll show you where to find the crystal stars.
Correct, and the 1000-year door is supposedly here, deep beneath this town.
The biggest change here is that one of these quotes was given to Professor Frankly. I wonder if they were worried that he was being upstaged by Goombella.
But all agree on one point. To find a treasure, one must have the crystal stars.
The crystal stars?
To find a treasure of yore, take the 7 crystal stars to the 1000-year door. That's how the old saying goes, and with a rhyme that solid, it must be true. Therefore, if you want to find a legendary treasure, you must first collect the 7 crystal stars.
Oh hey, I researched some of the written lore behind the treasure and it kinda matches that old saying. Hold the magical map aloft before the entrance of the 1000-year door. Then the stars will light the way that leads to the stones of yesterday. The stones of yesterday, is that referring to the same crystal stars you mentioned?
It must be, and we're in luck. It seems the 1000-year door is located somewhere beneath this very town.
Something I really liked about speaking to Professor Frankly before bringing your crystal star to the 1000-year door is the implication that Mario is just really eager to tell him about Princess Peach's email. And it's true, that is why I would speak to Frankly as a kid. I got so excited about moving the story along that I'd forget to go to the 1000-year door.
I can tell by the look on your face that you got the next crystal star. What was that? Something outrageous was written in Princess Peach's email. Clearly there's much to talk about, but only after you go to the 1000-year door.
The remake removed this middle message, which I think is a shame. And it happens again in the next intermission too.
What? Another terrifying email from Princess Peach? Are you sure it wasn't spam? I've confirmed some rather stunning things too, to say the least. Before we speak though, take the crystal star to the 1000-year door, okay?
The first message was removed and the second reworded.
That look, you must have found the next crystal star. I've been busy too confirming some stunning things.
When you grab a piece of paper out of Frankly's garbage, that action is described in 2 message boxes. That's true in the remake as well, but if you've created a backlog, every page after the first one will now require only 1 message box. The Trouble Center has a couple of troubles that were kinda weirdly named. The first one is price adjustment. In this trouble, you do research to help Arthur start up a shop he wants to run. So there's no prices to adjust, you're helping him set his prices for the first time. In the remake it's called Competitor Research. Next is Order Me an Item, a trouble where you have to deliver 5 items. It's called Help Me Restock now. The trouble Emergency Shroom got renamed to Life Mushroom after the item you need to deliver. I'm actually not sure if the original was a mistranslation or just a neat name for the trouble, but they changed it. Play With Me was renamed to the technically more honest Come Over and Play. And finally, I Must Have That Book was changed to I Need My Magazine. After you take a request, you can talk to Goose if you forgot where to find your client. Usually he knows what he's talking about, but in the GameCube version, for Megoomba's trouble, that's this guy, Goose tells you to meet him inside Zesti's house. If he was there, I think Zesti would kick his ass. 2 more of these were tweaked to give you a little bit more info. in case you've lost the plot and forgot where everything is. He now reminds you that the Great Tree is in the Boggly Woods and that the Pianta Parlor is in Rogueport's west side. Interestingly, one of them was actually made more vague. Goom Goom, who was previously described as being in the storeroom in Pirate's Grotto on Keelhaul Key, is now just said to be deep in the grotto on Keelhaul Key. So good luck finding that guy. On the subject of information actually being withheld in the remake, if you accept Frankie's trouble, he'll ask you to look for his wedding ring, which he dropped somewhere in Rogueport. If you talk to him again, he'll say, "Jose, you find it? Dang, maybe I dropped it on the east side." Whoa, that narrows it down a lot. In the remake, you're not so lucky. "Jose, you can't seem to find that wedding ring." It's gotta be somewhere in town. I wonder if they did this specifically to make Ian Fumas more useful. The ring is in the much harder to find location from the Japanese original too. In the Western GameCube versions, it was much easier to spot even without the hint. Pine Tea Jr.'s trouble request got weirdly downgraded if you ask me. In the original, it actually sounded like a panicked child.
"Oh, my dad's in a world of hurt down there. Please, you gotta help him. I'm waiting at the entrance of the Pit of 100 Trials beneath Rogueport."
By comparison, the version in the remake sounds kinda dry and transactional.
"I need you to save my dad. I'll be waiting at the entrance of the Pit of 100 Trials beneath Rogueport. If you help me, I'll give you my treasure as a reward. A member's card for Pianta Parlor."
Yeah, he also tells you you'll be getting a member's card. Which troubles given him out was a surprise in the original. If you just wanted the cards, you had to do them all, or look it up. The remake removes this element of mystery and just straight up tells you which ones give you a member's card. Wait, isn't it the Pianta Parlor? Why do all 4 of these say member's card for Pianta Parlor? Did they just write it wrong and then copy-paste it into all 4 of the troubles? In the GameCube version, once you accept a trouble, you can still check out a non-interactive version of the trouble board. I guess that could be a little confusing if you aren't paying attention. The accepted trouble is marked red, but if it's off screen, it feels like your A button just stopped working for no reason. In the remake, you can still select troubles, but it will just cause Goose to tell you,
"You can only take on one request at a time. Cancel your current one if you want to accept a different one."
When you try to cancel a trouble you accepted, Goose asks you if you're sure. In the original, you could respond with simply yes or no. The remake gets a little more playful with it, giving you the option to cancel or cancel that cancel. If you try to cancel but don't have enough coins, the message for that has been shortened so it fits inside one message box. I do think we lost a little in the process. Here's how it was before.
"Hey, you don't have enough coins. You get mugged? I guess you'll just have to try to resolve this trouble you've resolved to resolve."
Here's a random change from Arthur, the guy outside the trouble center. "Anyway, poor or rich, anyone can grow up to be president. Or grow up to be a hobo." Strange as it may be, I think president might have been the objectionable part here. After all, every country in the Mario universe that we know of is a monarchy. Or maybe hobo was the issue instead. Well, whatever the reason may be, both hobo and president were removed from this line. "Anyway, poor or rich, anyone can grow up to make a difference." The rich end of that sounds nice though. So, about that help me restock trouble. In it, you're asked to deliver 5 courage shells to the Toad Brothers Bazaar. However, once you'd given them a few, there'd be no way of knowing how many were left to get. If you talk to Plenty, he'd simply say, "Please find those courage shells for us, okay?" But in the remake it's, "Did you find the 3 remaining courage shells for us?" And after you give him more, he'll say, "You have 2 courage shells left. Keep at it, please and thank you." After you buy a contact lens, Thrifty's dialogue would change to a pretty plain, "Thanks for your purchase." It's got way more personality now. "Thank you. Hope you enjoy your purchase of a single contact lens. I'm curious, but I don't like to pry." For some reason, they changed Zesty's dialogue for when she's about to cook you something. "I'm gonna mix these up for you, so just wait a sec." It's now, "Wait a sec while I flex my culinary muscles." In the original, if you bought up all of Charlieton's inventory, he'd say, "Hey, thanks to you, I'm all sold out, my man. You put my kids through college." Which has a very undue sense of finality to it. I would not be surprised if someone read this and thought they'd bought everything the guy has to offer. That's not what this is though. When you've truly bought every single item he has to sell, he calls you the King of Shoppers. So this line, where you've only emptied his current inventory, was changed to let you know that there's still more to come. Hey, thanks to you I'm all sold out. I change the goods I offer from time to time, so come back real soon. This girl really likes Flurry. One of the things she says when Flurry is your active party member is,
I loved your performance in a Midwinter Day's Nap. I've seen it 3 times.
In the remake they fixed the AA thing, but for some reason they also changed Nap to Flurry? Not sure what that's about. In the post-game, when Flurry is not your active party member, she says,
The worst thing is, my favorite actress made her grand comeback recently, and I can't get tickets.
You know, implying she hasn't been able to see the new play yet. But when you have Flurry with you, she says she already saw it 1000 times. What a liar. The remake actually changes both of these conversations.
But listen to this, my favorite actress made her grand comeback recently, and then she goes and announces she's taking another break. I can't handle being a fan anymore.
I actually think this one's a great change. It would make sense for Flurry to take a break again, considering she's with you. Also, when Flurry is alongside you, the tow girl now tells her she intends to see the play 1000 times. The Happy Lucky Lottery has improved their customer service a little. Originally, when you won, Lucky would just shove your prize into your hands regardless of if your inventory was full. Now he actually holds on to it for you.
You have so many items right now, I'll hang on to your prize for the rest of the day. Please become organized.
But, as he says, you have to pick up the item that day, otherwise it's lost.
A new day is upon us and this lottery does not live in the past. Sorry, I no longer have your prize. I am happy to see you though.
Another new service Lucky provides is he gives predictions.
I get the feeling something good will happen soon. My instincts are always winners. I'll be waiting here for you again tomorrow. Wow, I feel a super happy wave of luck approaching. It's got me so excited I feel like I could explode. Come back again tomorrow.
I don't know if this means that a big prize is coming the next day or that week, or if it just increases the odds or what. I have no idea how the lottery works in this version, I'm just a dialogue guy. In the GameCube version, the Pianta parlor insisted on keeping your Piantas inside its doors. Every time you tried to leave, Lala would come take them away, and every time you entered, she'd return them to you. It's an interesting touch. I guess they don't want you thinking about Mario going all over the world with 2000 Piantas rattling around in his pocket, but I'd hesitate to say it was worth the interruption. And yeah, the remake does away with it. As you probably know, you're able to slip behind the bars on the Pianta Parlor's desk and speak to Lala in private. For every high score you get, she'll tell you a little something about her private life. And this is something the remake makes seem a little more voluntary. In the original, she sounded pretty annoyed about it. You were hoping for more personal information? Fine, whatever. Huh? You want to know about me outside my job? Well, okay. One of the things she talks about is shopping as a hobby. Unlike Peach's love for shopping, the remake didn't remove this one. The writers just spruced it up a little to make it a bit less stereotypical, I guess.
We go shopping together whenever we get a day off. So much fun, shopping. We go shopping together on our days off. Malls, markets, estate sales, we'll peruse wares anywheres.
Finding out where Dom Pianta is actually a 2-step process. It might be easy to forget as a veteran player, but to even consider asking Ishnil about it, you first need to know he has that information in the first place. You can stumble into it by just talking to Ishnil himself, but the game does recommend you go to the west side and ask around there. But there was actually only one NPC there who would tell you about it, so the remake adds a second. This Goomba normally only changes his dialogue based on whether or not you have a member's card, but now, while you're looking for Dom Pianta, he says this. Hey, how are you holding up? What's that you say? You're looking for Dom Pianta, the person who runs this place? Well, if you want to learn about the criminal underworld of Rogueport, find Ishnil on the east part of town. When Dom Pianta tasks you with finding his daughter, he says,
They vanished, but it wasn't too long ago that they did. They ought to still be nearby.
How nearby are we talking here? Like the west side or... The remake makes this a little more clear, stating, "They ought to still be in town somewheres." When you speak to Dompianta after this scene, he now repeats the most important information. In the original, he would just threaten you. Also, Tony gives a pretty big hint on where Frankie and Francesca might be. If they went and ran off, maybe it was to a far off place beyond the sea. To tell the truth, I don't want you guys to find Frankie. I owe that guy. I don't think this is a great change. Vinny and Tony want Frankie to get away, as they said, so they were being deliberately unhelpful in the GameCube version. Tony went into a bit more detail as to why back then too. To tell the truth, I don't want you guys to find Frankie. He and I go back. Frankie took care of me, watched over me like a brother. I owe that guy. After you help Dompianta find his daughter and get your blimp tickets, he used to say, "But I don't want to see that gloomy face of yours no more. Don't ever come back here." Don't see anything wrong with it, but they changed it. "Now go on, get your ugly muck out of my office. I've got some intense emotions to compartmentalize." Once Chapter 3 starts, Professor Frankly's dialogue would change to,
You say you're a fighter at the Glitzpit? Well, I suppose you'll just have to work your way up and win the championship.
Technically, this dialogue hasn't changed. Aside from a punctuation change, the text is the same. The difference is when this dialogue triggers. In the original, Frankly's dialogue would get set to this the moment you started Chapter 3, but in the remake he actually waits until you become a fighter. It's the little stuff, man. You can really tell a dev team cares about a remake when they fuss over the tiniest little details like this one. Here's an interaction with Ishmael I never understood.
Hey you old chumpy. You say you made it to Twilight Town? Hey, we all got problems to deal with, you know?
Problems? What? I wonder if this is the result of poor translation. It's kind of a strange thing to say. The remake's version of this makes more sense, but it's still a little weird to me.
Hey you old chumpy. You say you went to a place called Twilight Town?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Sounds like you've got a lot of problems to deal with, including too much travel.
Check out this interaction.
"I have no interest in passing the time with you. So sorry. Now away with you." "Now away with you."
Seems like whoever wrote these lines didn't know they could happen one after the other like this. To be fair, this only happens if you break into Bobbery's house early, but still. The remake fixes this dialogue here.
"I have no interest in passing the time with you, so leave me be. Now away with you."
After your party member tries to convince Bobbery to set sail again, he responds,
"Awful sorry, dear boy, but when I say no, what I mean is no."
Clearly he's talking to Mario here, because my man Bobbery would never say that to Vivian. Still, it's in response to something your partner said, so it's a little weird for him to say, "dear boy." In the remake he says, "dear fellows," addressing your party as a whole. When asked where to find Bobbery, Frankly says he's in the East Side house right next door. Maybe they thought it was a bit confusing because this area is called the East Side of Rogueport, so they tried rephrasing it without using the word east.
That old sea dog lives just to the right of my house if you're facing the front.
Maybe not as elegant as the original text, but it gets the job done. Speaking of Bobbery, this Bob-omb's dialogue changed so that he no longer mentions that Bobbery used to stay too late at Potley's place. I assume it's because it made him sound like he had a drinking problem, but they still kept the part where he practically lived at the place, so I don't know if it makes a big difference. They only sell cola there anyway. When Merlin sees a sign that will lead you to the up arrow, he'll tell you about it and then return to his house. There you can ask him to repeat that story anytime. In the GameCube version, this repeat is the exact same text as the first time, just without the first message. The remake truncates it down further, removing "when I consulted my star charts" and "I have no idea what it means, unfortunately." This doesn't sound like much, but it allows them to shorten this interaction by an additional 2 message boxes. Once you give him the arrow, we see just one of many small examples of how menuing has been streamlined. In the original, he would tell you to let him know when you want to power up your partner with his newfound power, but in the remake he gets right into it, immediately bringing up the menu.
When speaking to Merlin normally, he would say, "Welcome to the home of Merlin, the super magician. I foresaw your arrival." For your convenience, he now instead reminds you of how many shine sprites you need. "Welcome to the home of Merlin. I can power up one of your partners for 3 shine sprites." He also gives the same reminder when you don't have enough shine sprites. "Huh? You don't have enough shine sprites. Begone! Come back when you have 3. When Professor Frankly tells the gang they need to ride the Excess Express, your active party member will raise an issue. Not to be a wet blanket, but don't you have to be rich or famous to ride that line? Famous like you, Flurry? And Mario as well, actually. The game frames him as a celebrity in his own right. Noticing this issue, the remake changes it to simply only be for rich people. Not to be a wet blanket, but isn't that line reserved for fabulously wealthy individuals? While Don Pianta is sick, Vinny and Tony ask you for help in exchange for tickets to the Excess Express. "Yeah, you bring us young Miss Francesca, and we'll do what we can to get you your train tickets. Once you do, we'll see what we can do about getting you a train ticket. We told him we'd get him a ticket for the Excess Express if he brought your daughter." In the remake, they're more upfront about getting Don Pianta to do it. "You bring us young Miss Francesca, and we'll ask the boss to do something about your little train ticket situation. Once you do, I'm sure the boss will see what he can do about getting you a train ticket. We told him we'd ask you about a train ticket for the Excess Express if he brought your daughter." It doesn't really matter at all, but I do slightly prefer the original, where they were kinda writing checks they can't cash. By the way, you may have noticed or remembered from a previous video that Goombella's tattles on certain NPCs can change over the course of the game. This is actually not based on story progress but on location. For example, Flavio has a different tattle in Rogueport Square, Rogueport Harbor and Keelhaul Key. But then, when he returns to Rogueport Square, his tattle reverts to what it always has been for that location. The only exception is Don Pianta. He's the only character in the game to have 2 different tattles in the same area, one for before and one for after Frankie becomes the new head of the Pianta Syndicate. This is no longer the case. Now he's the only NPC to have 3 different tattles in one area. The new one is for when he's sick. That's Don Pianta, the Syndicate boss. He's looking a bit grim, even for a mobster. Think he's okay? Like basically every other menu, the menus in Rogueport Station have been streamlined. Both Porter and Stewart now only ask you for your ticket the first time you use their service. After that, Mario shows them automatically to move things along. Also, you used to not be able to board the Excess Express while it was facing west. Porter would say, "It will be just a little bit longer before our next scheduled departure, sir." The only way to ride it again was to leave and re-enter the station. Now, in the remake, Porter will always ask you if you want to board, and if you say yes while the train is facing left, this will happen. "Everything looks to be in order with your tickets. We're still preparing for departure, so please wait for a bit." "Watch your step, please." This Squeak talks about all the women he fell in love with, one of them being the Excess Express waitress.
"I've only ridden the Excess Express once in my entire life, you understand. But I met an angelic waitress in the dining car and gave her a present. I wonder if she's treasuring that gift, the earring I gave her out of purest love."
And the waitress does indeed have shell earrings that she's quite attached to. So she must have gotten them from this guy, right? No, that's actually the exact opposite of what they were going for. In the original Japanese text, he specifically says he gifted her glass earrings. The fact that the waitress's earrings are made of seashell is plot relevant, so when you hear this, you're meant to connect the dots and realize that the waitress does not care about this guy. One chapter later, he talks about giving Toodles a silver ring, once again being an item that was lost in the train chapter but being made of a different material, further driving home the fact that none of the people he loved think about him at all. That one did get translated correctly from the start. Anyway, the waitress one is at least fixed now.
I wonder if she's treasuring the glass earrings I gave her out of purest love.
And to really drive home the irony, he now adds,
They must be her new favorites.
At the end of the game, each partner tells you what they've gotten out of this journey.
Coops tells you he's grown to like himself more, which is very cute, but then he also says this. And I feel like I've grown closer to my dad. I mean, true, you hadn't seen him for 10 years and now you've hung out for like 5 minutes. That's closer than you were, I guess. It's just a very strange thing to say about someone you thought was dad for a decade though. I'm wondering if this is maybe just a mistranslation. The remake's take on this line makes way more sense. It's like, I've become a tiny bit more like my dad, you know? It also fits better with what he was saying before about liking how he's changed. I wouldn't be surprised if this had been the intended line all along. In the post-game, Toadsworth would originally say this to you.
Master Mario, if anything happens to me, promise you'll watch after the princess.
In the remake he says, nothing, he's not there anymore. Maybe something did happen to him. No, he's actually just back in the Mushroom Kingdom where he's supposed to be. It always was a little odd that he was back in Rogueport after you rescued Princess Peach. For some reason, during the battle tutorial in Rogueport sewers, Professor Frankly used to call the spiky Goomba a spiny Goomba. This wasn't just a simple typo either, he calls it that 4 different times. But now he calls it a spiky Goomba like a normal person. Frankly's dialogue for this fight has received some other random tweaks as well. This line,
Always take your opponent's situation into consideration when fighting. Always.
has been changed into,
You get what I'm saying? Study your opponent before you choose an attack method. And be ready for those tricky action commands while attacking and blocking. Now go get him.
And at the end of this lecture, the remake adds one more line.
I'll just be over here watching you two do your thing from a safe distance, but good luck.
If you make it through the end of this corridor without whacking these juicy question blocks, the remake assumes you don't know what you're doing and are about to get stuck on these bad boys, so they throw in a little hint for you.
Say, Mario, you know you can swing your hammer with B, right? It looks sturdy enough to break all kinds of things. Don't hesitate to give your surroundings a little trial whack.
The Area Tattle for the 1000-year door used to say, Behind that door sleeps the treasure that every rogue in Rogueport whispers about. That's a good line, definitely builds intrigue, but we also eventually learned that it's not true, so it was cut. At least, we're supposed to learn that. Maybe Goombella never really got the message, because after you enter the 1000-year door, her tattle used to say, It's so big, it kind of overwhelms you, doesn't it? And that treasure is here. Kind of getting ahead of myself here, but that was removed too. When you approach the dais for the first time in the GameCube version, Goombella would say, Hey, what's the deal with this weird pedestal, huh? What could it be, you think? The remake doesn't interrupt you, trusting that you can figure out what to do yourself. If you can't, and instead try interacting with the door itself, then the game decides to nudge you in the right direction.
So this is the 1000-year door spoken of in the legends. It's even more incredible up close. Now, where can we unfurl the magical map? A proper unfurling calls for a dedicated surface.
After you do hold the map aloft, Professor Frankly will tell you,
It appears that information related to the locations of the crystal stars appeared.
But it only shows the location of one. And also they use the verb appear twice in one sentence, which they probably want to clean up as well.
This looks like information related to the location of a crystal star.
Eddie the Mask is an NPC who tells you how to perform stylish moves. His dialogue updates every chapter, going over Mario and then your partners. At the end, he has to tell you about Vivian and Bobbery at the same time because there's not enough chapters left over. And because Miss Mouse is optional, he doesn't mention her at all. Not so in the remake. He has separate dialogue for each party member now, including Miss Mouse, and he has a new one where he explains how to get the second stylish move for jump attacks. So, how does he fit all this extra dialogue into the same number of chapters? Well, it's because Eddie seems to have a dialogue queue in the remake. Rather than having one tip at any time based on story progress, new stylish tips are now added to a queue the moment you obtain the relevant party member. Except for the last tip, you still only get that one in the postgame. You have to read all of the tips in order to get to the later ones, but the game remembers where in the queue you are even after turning the game off. Once you reach the end of the queue, you loop back to the first tip, and when you obtain a new party member, the queue will jump ahead to their stylish tip. It's a surprisingly robust system for a random NPC. I'm surprised they didn't just give him a menu or something, and it's cool they bothered improving him at all. This squeak seems to be an archaeologist, and she's here to research the underground. But it sounds like she lost her partner down here. I feel like so bad for her. This is all true, but it makes it sound like he died. Her partner is Pierre, this guy, who simply quit his job to become a thief, so the remake makes her tattle sound a little less dramatic. This little mouser seems to be an archaeologist, and she's here to research the underground, but she's worried about her partner all the time, so she's not making much progress. I feel like so bad for her. One of Wonky's stories is about him witnessing Princess Peach's kidnapping. He wraps up his account by saying, "Well, I guess it's neither here nor there. People get kidnapped, whatever." Which, wow. This guy lives in Rogueport, so I guess he's been desensitized to horrific crimes. In the remake, it seems to have been decided that this was a bit too dismissive. Now he says, "Well, I guess it's neither here nor there. And I probably should have spoken up before now, so whoops." Wonky's How to Save Money tip was about how gold bars could be used to convert coins into inventory space so you can keep earning money after hitting the 999 coin limit. "You should buy gold bars at the shop near here, and then store them at the shop where you can convert them back to coins anytime. They may sell for slightly less than you bought them for, but it's better than losing all the coins you wouldn't be able to pick up, right?" Because that's really not a concern anymore in the remake, they decided to make this tip a little more worthwhile by telling you about a new mechanic in addition to the original advice. "Usually when you sell items, you get less than what it costs to buy them. But with gold bars, some shops will pay more than the selling price. But Wonky, my trusted financial advisor, I hear you say, what should I do if I'm close to having 9,999 coins? Why, then you buy a few gold bars and store them at a shop. I call that a retirement plan. And you can too." Now, of course they weren't gonna make it too easy. There's only 2 shops where you can actually sell gold bars at a profit. Pungent Shop in the Great Tree, where triple bars sell for a measly 6 coin profit, and the XS Express sales stall, where you can get a decent 20 coin profit for triple gold bars. It's not fantastic, but if you use your whole inventory, a single trip will net you 400 coins, and even more if you get your storage space involved. This is the method I used to grind coins for that lumpy footage from earlier, by the way. Every time you came to Merlee in the GameCube version, she would give you her full intro, which is 4 messages long. "Hello, welcome, I'm Merlee, underground, cute as can be, a fortune teller, that is me. Lucky for you coming here, I tell fortunes, have no fear." You know, that whole thing. In the remake, she only gives this spiel the first time you talk to her. After that, the intro is only 1 message long. "Fortune favors who I compel it to, and that's anyone who sits for a spell or two." In case you want a longer version, she now has a tell me more option, but it's not the same as her intro, this is new text. "On my spells and magic I must tattle, they'll bring you more profitable battles. How long before each spell will end? That depends on the coins you spend. But on the form of my blessing, there is no knowing, only guessing." If you try to buy a charm without having the required number of coins, Merlee would send you on your way in the original. "Your coins, where are they? Not enough to play. Oh, too bad, so sad. Come again, yes, bye bye, I'll be waiting for you, guy." The first half of this still appears in the remake, but only if you have fewer than 5 coins. If you have more than that, she'll instead say, "But your coins, where are they? Oh, you don't have enough to play. A different path must be chosen. Which will you choose to put into motion?" Finally, in the remake, Merlee warns you if you're trying to buy a charm while you still have one active. Was this seriously not in the original? Wow. You still have power oozing off of you. Knowing that, you want a spell redo? The original game's 2 warp rooms have been merged into one big, much better warp room. The area tattle for this place is identical to the eastern warp room in the original, which means the western room's tattle has been tossed aside. This is just another part of the underground corridor. I bet tons of people passed through here 1,000 years ago. Cool. Chet Rippo used to only bring up the price of his services the very first time you talk to him. Now he mentions it in his other introductions too. He also used to claim that he could change your abilities. Not your partner's, yours. That's not true though, he changes your stats, so that's what he says now. The pipe to Twilight Town rejects you when you first try to use it, and you need to go back to Professor Frankly to find out why. This is the first time in the game you need to do something like this, so partner dialogue was added to help you along. What's up with that? Let's go talk to the professor again. I wonder what's going on here. I bet Professor Frankly would know. Oh my, this pipe seems to dislike us. I propose we bring this issue to Professor Frankly.
What gives, you lousy pipe? We gotta tell the professor about this.
When you return to Rogueport after claiming the final crystal star, Professor Frankly tells you he saw Grotto get past the 1000-year door.
I saw a suspicious fellow in a cape go through the door with Princess Peach.
Most of your partners react to this by saying the door shouldn't have opened without the 7th crystal star, which kinda makes it sound like Grotto has the other 6. Now they say it shouldn't have opened without all 7 crystal stars, which sounds a little better. If you speak to Frankly after he tells you to meet him at the 1000-year door, he'll say,
"What kept you, Mario?" Well, it doesn't matter now. I don't think they're in the vicinity anymore. They must have found another way to get through the door.
Not sure why, but in the remake it's,
"What kept you, Mario?" Anyway, there's nobody here. As such, I can only conclude they used some special method to pass through the door.
This is actually Dupless, so maybe they wanted to make him sound more like he was trying to sound smart. Also, in the remake only, he no longer continues to ask what kept you if you talk to him more than once. This sign by the Pit of 100 Trials used to display your deepest level reached, your highest power bounce combo, and your number of collected star pieces. But now it only shows the deepest level reached. The other two can now be looked up at any time in the pause menu. Your power bounce record is in the description of the badge itself, and while there isn't specifically a total number of star pieces collected anywhere, you can see your progress for each area in the map and art gallery. When you leave the Pit of 100 Trials, the game pops you out of this pipe, and originally you'd gain control here. If you try to re-enter the pipe from up there, you'd get the message, "You can't enter from here." In the remake, this pipe spits you out on the ground, so the message is gone. I do wonder what would happen if you hacked your location back onto that pipe though. The mover in the Pit of 100 Trials can help you skip levels, but be careful. If you miss input and pick the bottom option, you're going all the way back to the start. Thankfully, the remake shows mercy and gives you a confirmation prompt.
You'll have to restart from level 1. Are you absolutely sure you want to return to the entrance?
If you interact with Pine T Sr. in the Pit of 100 Trials before defeating the enemies on that floor, a system message will say, "There's a beaten up toad lying on the ground." This is true in either version, but when you talk to him after defeating the enemies in the remake, he starts off by saying, out loud, "There's a beaten up me lying on the ground." What a weird joke. Swap has a trouble for you to solve. He wants you to erase some graffiti he wrote on the 50th level of the Pit of 100 Trials, which, by the way, is thankfully now very easy if you've already beaten the pit before. Anyway, the graffiti used to read, "I want to get married to Bobolink, my dear love, in a shocker wedding. I want us to have 22 kids so we can start a soccer team, shablooey." But now they changed the second half to this. "I want us to have 22 kids, enough for 2 soccer teams, shablooey." Nice to see he's dreaming big, but 22 is actually pretty reasonable for one team. There's only 11 players on the field, but you need substitutes too. The scene where Hooktail flies by Petal Meadows has been shortened and received some other changes as well. Whoa, what was that? Ooh, is that a... Wow, Mario, look! totally incredible. I've never seen anything that humongous before. It looked kinda scary too. Weird. Professor Frankly said this place was peaceful. Wow, crazy. We just started and already there's intrigue. Come on Mario, let's go. The remake version doesn't have any dialogue until after the flyby. Whoa, what was that? I've never seen anything that humongous before. Looked kinda scary too. It definitely flew into that castle back there, right? Let's get going in case it comes back. Here we go. Again. In case you're wondering about that last part, she also said here we go in the cutscene before this one. The stone pipe in Petal Meadows can now be examined in the remake. This rock kind of reminds me of a pipe. This rock has a pipe-like shape to it, don't you think? The pedestals next to it can be examined too, but it only triggers dialogue before you get the stone keys, meaning only Goombella gets to say anything. It's got an indent, as if you could put something in there. Wish I knew what the shape is supposed to be. So, remember when near the start of my video I mentioned there was one new NPC I did want to talk about? It's okay if you don't, it's been a while. Anyway, it's this guy. Sort of. What happened here is the remake took one NPC and turned him into two NPCs. The one inside the building retains the original NPC's location and tattle information, and the one outside kept all of his dialogue. His tattle is now this. That's a Petalburg Koopa Troopa. He likes spreading rumors about Hooktail's treasure. Unless they're not just rumors. As for the other guy's dialogue, he actually only says one thing for the entire duration of the game. Hey, keep your hands to yourself in here. Basically everything in this room is a one-of-a-kind collectible. Next, let's talk about Gamer Toad. He's awesome, he's just like me. Except, for some reason the remake decided to slightly tone down his video game obsession. They wanted to make it seem less like an addiction, I guess.
I'm really hooked on playing GBA games lately, becomes, I've been playing a lot of GBA games lately. All I do is play my Nintendo GameCube. Gets changed to, I'm really loving my Nintendo GameCube. And, I've been playing the new Paper Mario game almost non-stop, becomes, I've been playing the new Paper Mario game a whole lot.
I don't really see why that was necessary, but whatever. Oh, and also he talks about the sequel to the Thousand Year Door, which was obviously written before they made it. What he had to say about it in the original was,
if you're a Luigi fan, do not miss out on this one.
And as someone who went into Super Paper Mario with this quote in mind, I don't really think they hit the mark. The remake slightly softens this endorsement by changing the line to,
if you're a Luigi fan, this game will only encourage you.
Yeah, sure kid. Bobulber was given new dialogue in his side quest where he asks you to get him 2 hot dogs and a moose cake. The new dialogue is for if you present him with something he didn't ask for. In the original, this would just give you the same dialogue as not giving him anything at all. This thing you have brought me has very little in common with a hot dog. Please bring me an authentic Glitzville hot dog. I would like that ever so much. He even says that when you give him a Hodda's dog. What a picky guy. This is like no moose cake I have seen. Please bring me moose cake. You can make one by cooking some cake mix. If you do this, I will appreciate it ever so much. When listening to Kroop's story in his side quest, he mentions visiting the Toadstool Brothers Discount Super Shop. This is not a real in-game store, so they changed it to the Toad Brothers Bazaar, which I assume is what it was intended to be all along. The American GameCube version used to have a mistakenly deleted line. This was re-implemented in the PAL version, and now Americans get to see this line too. The translation was also cleaned up a bit. Koops has seemed a bit more mature lately. He's pretty cool now, you know? But sometimes when I think about it, I kinda miss the old timid Koops. If you speak to Kooply with Koops in your party right before chapter 8, he offers to teach Koops his own patented fighting technique. I like to call it the Power Shell. You already know it. In the remake he's even worse, offering to teach Koops the Shell Toss, his basic 0 FP attack. When you talk to the Petalburg Gatekeeper before speaking to Kroop in the GameCube version, he says this. An old stronghold called Censorship Fortress lies ahead. A stone creature lives there. At least, it might live there. This gate is to keep it out. My job is guarding the gate. After you speak to group, you need to talk to the gatekeeper again, and that dialogue starts the exact same way. In the remake, they decided to change the first interaction so it won't be repeated the second time. We closed the gate because the mayor told us to. My job is guarding the gate. When you go to Censorship Fortress, the remake really wants you to buy POW blocks. I'm not sure why. The path to Censorship Fortress gives you the 2 you need to progress. There's even an extra fire flower inside the fortress. I think Nifty bribed some villagers to advertise for him. The gatekeeper has always been a shill, but now 2 more NPCs block his wares. This toad used to be worried about Hooktail.
You saw Hooktail on your way here? Are you sure? Big ol' dragon, tail like a hook?
Wow, you're super duper lucky it didn't see you. I'm not even kidding with you. If it had seen you, I'm sure it would have gobbled you up like an after dinner mint. It must have been stuffed or thought you looked gross. At any rate, you were lucky. But now, first of all, he moved to Nifty's shop, and he's just a walking advertisement.
Hey, did you happen to pick up any POW blocks on your way here?
If not, I'm sure you'll notice that they've got them for sale right here. Hint hint. Lucky for you that you stopped by, unless you enjoy getting clobbered to denim-clad smithereens, that is. Because he's no longer talking about Hooktail, his title had to be changed too. That's a toad from Petalburg. He seems to have a negative outlook on most things. He also seems freaked out by everything around him. Poor little guy. And the other one is this guy. Hey, Hooktail's scary, but so is the monster that lives in the fortress near town. I mean, normal attacks are completely useless against it. At least that's what I heard. Oh, and that's not all. Fire attacks are also useless. The very idea freaks me out. His dialogue hasn't changed as much. I hear there's a scary kind of monster that lives near town. Normal attacks are completely useless against it. Oh, and that's not all. Fire attacks are also useless. The very idea freaks me out. What can I do if one attacks me? I wonder if the shop has a way for me to throw money at the problem. A strange change in the remake is that you now interact with some objects like bushes by hammering them instead of pressing A. This carries over to the Censorship Fortress pedestals as well. Which is fine. I'm not sure what Mario did in the original to make the statues move anyway. But I think maybe people struggled with it in playtesting because you can still interact with the pillars, but now it just causes Goombella to tell you to use your hammer instead. This almost looks like some kind of statue. What if you give it a good whack with your hammer? The Bristle Room's pillars have similar but different dialogue. I bet if you also smack this one with your hammer, we'll get the same result as before. But I'll leave that up to you. You're the one with the hammer. When you try to interact with the closed gate in the Bolt Cleft room, Goombella says, "Nope, it just won't open. I wonder what we should do." Originally, there was no such text in the Bristle room, since it's pretty obvious it's the same as before. Still, the remake adds dialogue for interacting with that gate now. Nope, it won't budge an inch. Maybe it works the same here as it did in that last room. If you watched my Unused Dialogue video, you may remember that the original had unused text where Goombella told you to flee from the Bolt Cleft fight. This is now something that can actually happen in the remake, but the dialogue is completely different. Oof, these two are tough. There must be something we can use to gain the upper hand against them. But until we figure that out, we're better off retreating than taking a beating. The Thwomp's Trivia Quiz-Off has received a bunch of small changes. In the GameCube version, the second question was by far the hardest one.
What do 1 Mr. Softener and 1 Fire Flower cost at the shop in Petalburg? Total!
Here's a question. Literally, who cares about Mr. Softener? Nobody. The remake changes this to 1 mushroom and 1 fire flower, which is what the question originally was in Japanese anyway. It's actually what it originally was in English too. Data of this quiz could be found in an early kiosk demo of the Thousand Year Door, and there the question did ask for a mushroom and a fire flower. So seemingly this was changed by some rogue translator late in development. The next changes aren't as involved. They changed 2 nonsense answers to be Paper Mario 64 references, which I can only assume were always supposed to be there but mistranslated. And question 6 has become a completely different question. It used to be,
which of the following creatures have hands?
but now it's
Which of the following characters can be found in Petalburg?
the options and correct answer remain the same though. After you collect the stone keys and place them in Petal Meadows, a message appears on the stone pipe explaining how to proceed. This message is the same in both versions except for the addendum. Originally it was,
If ye are a Petalburg Koopa, huzzah! Your hold ability maketh this chore a snap.
but now it's, this challenge is easieth peasieth if ye use the skill of a Petalburg Koopa. When you first enter the Red Bones room in Hooktail Castle, you have the option to have Koops read the note from what he assumes to be his dead father. If you say yes, you get what I think is a pretty good dark joke, where Koops realizes it's someone else's father and then immediately moves on to the next skeleton, wondering if that's his dad instead. However, if you say no, you lock yourself out of that cutscene. Interacting with the bone pile afterwards will cause you to read the note without Koops' reaction. In the remake, examining the bones will still cause Koops' cutscene to play if you skipped it initially. After he reads the note once, it reverts back to the original version. If you messed up the Red Bones encounter and got kicked out, every time you'd go back, he'd give you the same introduction. In the remake, he only gives his full introduction the first time. After that, he says this.
Blah! Fools, did you learn nothing? Then you deserve what comes next. You'll be nothing but bones.
After you escape the spike trap room, your partner originally had some dialogue about what just happened. Whoa, that was seriously close. Well, whatever, we got the key, so let's go open that weird chest. Man, that was too close. Gotta shake it off. Whew. Okay, we got the key, so let's go open the spooky chest. The remake removed these, kind of a shame. So, Hooktail, huh? She's got a thing for feet, apparently, as you could see by this line, among others.
And the bottoms of your feet smell like they might make a good sauce with some spices. What I'll do is saute you to crispy goodness and gobble you down, at first.
Aside from being the writer's poorly disguised fetish, it doesn't make a lot of logical sense either. How do you make a sauce out of someone's feet? Actually, don't answer that. Either way, the developers looked at this line and said, yeah, we gotta rewrite this one. They kept a reference to feet though.
After gnawing on the bottoms of your feet, I'll saute you to crispy goodness and gobble you down, at first.
And the later dialogue, where Hooktail offers to have you sniff her feet, well, it received some minor changes, but none related to the actual foot sniffing part. In fact, they doubled down on it. After defeating Hooktail, there's a new line of dialogue that references feet.
But just before my finishing blow, she used the smell of her feet to stun me, then gobbled me down whole.
What a crazy addition to make. I mean, I love it, thank you, I'm just impressed. Back in the day, following NPCs would follow you anywhere. You could start chapter 2 and then leave Punio anywhere you want. You could hang out in Hooktail Castle, teach him how to gamble. Not anymore though. In the remake there are 3 thresholds where if you turn back past them, Punio will stay behind. These are the room you first meet him in, the Boggly Woods entrance and the Grey Tree entrance. Are you leaving, Mario? I'll wait for you right here. I know you'll be back. Mario, you came back. I'm ready to go, so lead the way. Do you have to leave for a bit, Mario? That's okay, I know you'll come back, so I'll wait right here for you. Mario, I knew you'd come back. Alright, let's get back to it. When you first approached Flurry's house in the original, Punio would say, "Look, there in the distance. That's what I was telling you about, Flurry's place." But the remake skips over this. You have eyes, they already showed it in a cutscene. Best not to interrupt, I suppose. Chapter 2 can be a little wordy, right? The moment you step inside the Grey Tree, you're given a bit of an info dump. They tell you about the X-Naut invasion, how the Jabbies teamed up with them, what happened to the other Punies. It's a lot to process. This first conversation with Puniper has been shortened somewhat in general, but the biggest difference is that the Jabbies aren't mentioned at all. Now they're first brought up after you rescue the Elder.
The weirdo soldiers taking over our tree were bad enough, but now the Jabby tribe is helping him.
It lengthens an already long scene, but I do think it's better to save for now when they're about to become relevant. It also allows Punio to remind the player of their next goal.
What? The Jabbies and the Intruders have joined forces? Then maybe the Jabbies have the blue key.
And indeed, they now actually show the Jabbies moving the blue key.
Mario, that was a Jabby, and I was right, they have the key to the blue cell. Our tribes have been enemies for a long time now. Every time we meet, we fight. A lot. And now we know they're helping the Intruders and trying to seize the tree. But I used to get along with Jabble. He's of the Jabby tribe. The Jabble I knew would be hiding somewhere right now, not wanting to fight anyone. I wonder if even Jabble is my enemy now.
Previously, while the Punies were locked inside the red and blue cells, you could only talk to Petuni and the Elder by going paper mode. Now they both stand closer to the bars, so you can speak to them from the outside. If you do slip through the bars, they now have new dialogue for that, different from the original dialogue, which they now only say while you're outside.
Did they nap you too, Mustache? Or would you rather spend your time sitting in a cell with me?
How'd you get in here when you're so big, huh? The scene where Miss Mouse infiltrates the Great Tree was originally split in two. One where she takes out the X-Naut guard, and the next is when you actually arrive. The first now seamlessly leads into the other. They also changed the dialogue for the end of the first half.
After all this pointless searching, I'm thinking we're looking in the wrong place.
And worst of all, I got stuck holding on to this stupid cell key. So bored. Feels like a big ol' nap is in my near future. When you place the Puny orb and try to leave with it still in the pedestal, the Punies will tell you off in the remake.
Mario, you know we can't move from here unless you remove the Puny orb from the pedestal, right?
Hey, hairy old man, we can't move from here unless you remove the Puny orb from the pedestal. Duh! The Great Tree shop is a little hidden. It's not super obscure, but there's probably players out there who missed it. But the remake wants to make sure you don't. When you set foot on the floor outside that shop, your party member speaks up. You know, I think Punio said something about a hidden shop in this area. If you need any items, we should try to find it, huh? There's no such dialogue from Punio, by the way. Hey, didn't Punio say something about a hidden shop in this area? We should probably try to find it if we're low on items, right? You know, Punio suggested a shop would be hiding somewhere around here. It might be good for us to find it if you need any items, yes? When your Puny squad loses to the Jabbies, Punio now gives you constructive advice in addition to his original dialogue.
Ouch, I can't believe we lost. We'll definitely beat them next time though, right? If only the wind was on our side, we'd blow those Jabbies away. But no gust, no glory. Maybe we're outnumbered, we may not be able to pull this off. If we want to win, we're probably going to need more Punies helping out, right? Maybe we're outnumbered, we may not be able to pull this off. Let's rally our troops and try again. This time, we leave no Puny behind.
The Great Tree is full of Punies that can be tattled, and Goombella, and probably the writers, were really struggling coming up with something to say about each of them. That's a Puny. A Puny is a Puny is a Puny. Someone got paid money to write this. Most of the tattles remain the same. It's actually kinda funny to see Goombella struggling. But that one in particular got rewritten into something a little more coherent. That's a Puny. At this point, I'm starting to feel like they should be called the Plenties. She also said this one in the original. That's a Puny, and his name is as follows. Oh, Mario, are you kidding? They all look exactly the same to me. I feel awful. This was changed to... Oh, Mario, are you kidding? I can't remember every Puny's name. I feel awful. Is it because they all look the same to me can be seen as racist? I don't know. First of all, they literally do all look the same. And secondly, they didn't change it in this other tattle, so who knows what they were thinking. After chapter 2, there's a lovesick Puny hanging out in the bubble room. He's having a bit of a moment. All of my stresses. Oh, Petuni, why not me? Why not me?
You say you don't see me differently than the others, but you do. You hate me.
Now he's having a slightly different moment. All of my stresses.
Oh, Pitsuni, why not me? Why not me? You say that I'm just like all the other punies, which breaks my heart, even if it is, true.
The Glitzville sales stall has it rough. Despite being in a tourist hotspot, no one seems to care it exists. It has an article in an RDM issue, which is basically about how poorly it's doing, and even that interview gets hijacked halfway through by the hot dog stand guy. The place even got snubbed from Goombella's Area Tattle. After talking about the Glitzbit itself, she says, "To the right, the fresh juice shop, the hot dog stand on the left. Where to first?" Well, hopefully the hard days are behind the sales stall owner, because in the remake Goombella does throw him a bone. There's also the fresh juice shop, and the souvenir shop, and the hot dog stand too. Let's visit them all. When tattling this Lakitu, Goombella used to say, "That's a Lakitu fight fan. Apparently he thinks Prince Mush is the bomb." Prince Mush must have been a pretty big deal, sounds like. I wish I'd seen him just once. They removed the final line from this tattle. Wonder why. If you speak to Podler after receiving your hammer, you would originally say, "You're really on your way now. Getting a stalker is a big step on the road to fame." But in the remake he says, "You can tell you've really hit the big time once people start mailing you hammers." I think we can all agree that the businessman side quest is the worst one, right? It sends you all over the world to count chairs, and God forbid you miscount and have to start all over. Thankfully you can just look up the answer and be done with it. So imagine my horror when I start this quest and see they changed one of the houses you have to visit. The first digit is now represented by Koops's chairs, not Mayor Kroops. Did they change the combination just so you couldn't look it up on launch day? Well, they didn't. This change doesn't actually alter the combination at all, which really makes me wonder why it's here. Wouldn't it make more sense for the businessman to visit a mayor rather than some guy? These people in the Glitzbit crowd could always be spoken to, but for some reason Goombella couldn't tattle them in the original. They now each have a tattle. That's a Toad spectator. He seems like the kind of fan that comes to the Glitzbit on the regular. Fighters go all out when they hear a diehard fan like this guy. He cheers with everything he's got. That's a Toad spectator. Looks like she's here to make noise no matter who's fighting. I totally get it. Screaming your head off can be cathartic, and fun is fun at any volume. That's a Dugan spectator. He's the type of fan who likes to predict a winner out loud while he watches. If you're gonna make a prediction out loud, you'd better know what you're talking about. I think this guy does. That's a Lakitu spectator. He comes to the Glitzbit every day, cheering and jeering from dawn to dusk. Looks like he's really into this match. He'd be even more excited if he could actually hear what anyone is saying. That's a Toad spectator. He's always cheering from his favorite spot on the second floor. He probably knows a few tricks to get the audience's attention. Some of them might actually come in handy. That's a Toad spectator. She's a huge fan of one specific fighter and never misses one of their matches. She also enjoys giving nicknames to her favorite fighters too. Oh, Mario, you should ask her for one. That's a Dugan spectator. He comes here every day in the hopes of seeing the championship belt. Rumor has it he hopes to earn the belt for himself within the next 5 years. He'd better be training. That's a Lakitu spectator. He gives advice to all the Glitzbit fighters, whether they want it or not. As you might expect, that advice is always a bit off. If you take his words to heart, prepare for disappointment. My doctor said that screaming is actually pretty good cardio exercise. I heard that screaming can be cathartic, which is fancy talk for really fun to do indoors. Not sure why this was changed. I was wondering if this was another change in the same vein as the removed references to dieting, but this cardio thing might also just be not true. I have no idea. In the GameCube version, after you finish Chapter 3, the Glitzbit greeter has a bit of an issue.
Welcome to the Glitzbit. Oh, I bet my stupid tongue. No one must know. Huh? You quit being the champion? Is that right? Truly? Well, I guess I'll just wait for your comeback.
But in the remake he's fine. Welcome to the Glitzpit. Huh? You quit being the champion? Is that right? Truly? Well, I guess I'll just wait for the comeback. But they didn't get rid of him biting his tongue. It's a separate piece of dialogue now. Welcome to the Glitzpit. Oh, I bit my stupid tongue. No one must know. However, all of his previous dialogue is still there, so when does this new one show up? Randomly. Jolene's title during Chapter 3 was changed in the remake. Originally, it was this. That's Grubba's manager, Jolene. She strikes me as a very driven young woman. She's a little cold though. I mean, would it kill her to be a little nicer sometimes? And now they changed it to this. That's Grubba's manager, Jolene. She seems really focused on her job. She's also a bit concise and impersonal and rude, I'm just gonna say it. When Jolene is explaining matchmaking to you, if you talk to her before reserving a match, she'll say, Mr. Gonzalez, I said log into the terminal, not talk to me. It's right there. This dialogue already existed in the GameCube version, but was unused there. If you won your first Glitzpit fight in the GameCube version, Grubba's feedback wasn't exactly glowing. Well, Gonzalez, that fight wasn't a total loss, but listen son, fighters gotta play to the crowd. You know, pump 'em up more. I'm hoping you'll give me more razzle-dazzle next time, huh? We understand each other? Good, I'll be on my way then. Miss Jolene here will give you your fight money. See ya. In the remake, he only says this when you fail to meet his condition of appealing to the crowd. If you do meet it, he'll now say, not too shabby for a first fight, Gonzalez. You got some promise. Anyways, I'll be heading out now. Go get your fight money from Jolene. I think this change makes sense, but boy am I torn on it. I actually really liked that Grubba was impossible to please in this scene. I thought it contributed to the show-busy feel, you know? Like, he's maintaining a friendly demeanor, but he's letting you know that he's running a business here, and he expects you to give 200%. After Chapter 3, Jolene received the same change. Originally, she said, that was a pretty decent battle, it being your first comeback fight and all. Still, the crowd didn't really get very into it, you know? Try to pump him up, okay? In the remake, if you clear her condition, she will exclude the second message. The remake clarifies some of the promoter conditions. 2 of them used to tell you to take damage from your opponents a certain number of times. Now it simply tells you to take damage that many times, because the source of damage doesn't actually matter, even in the original. There are 3 promoter conditions that restrict who in your party can attack and when. 2 that disallow you or your party member from attacking, and 1 that says neither of you can attack for the first 5 turns. These were now changed to damage your opponent, indicating you're allowed to use non-damaging moves like Shell Shield and even Infatuate. You were always allowed to use moves like Shell Shield, but inflicting status conditions was considered an attack in the original. So, in the remake, it's no longer possible to D-rank in the Glitzpit unless you lose your belt to Rockhawk. I'm a bit mixed on this change. It definitely makes the Glitzpit feel less real. But on the other hand, the outcome of your rank in the original was based on 3 different variables, making for 8 different combinations, 6 of which are unique, certainly more complex than it needed to be. Though, really all you needed to know was this. If you beat an opponent who ranks above you, your ranking will go up. Then again, if you lose to a lower ranking opponent, your ranking will go down. Simply winning is not enough. When Mr. Grubba sets fight conditions, follow them. In this case, the condition is to appeal to the crowd at least once. Fairly easy. If you satisfy the condition and win, you can battle a higher ranked opponent next. And here's what the explanation looks like now that the rules have changed. Simply winning is not enough. When Mr. Grubba sets fight conditions, follow them. In this case, the condition is to appeal to the crowd at least once. Fairly easy. If you satisfy the condition and win, you can battle a higher ranked opponent next. If you lose the match or don't satisfy the condition, your rank will stay the same. So now there's only 2 unique outcomes. You either rank up or you don't. This rule change also affects dialogue elsewhere, like Master Crash's advice. And, of course, the fighters' reactions to you dropping down a league and climbing back up are now gone, because you can't do that. I already covered that dialogue in a previous video though, so I won't repeat myself here. Though I guess it's worth mentioning that these two interactions from Sir Swoop are gone now too.
I'm a rookie, so I don't know my right from my left. Just show me the ropes. Hey, Mr. Gonzalez, I've been taking notes every time you fight.
These two are dialogue for rank 12 and 13 respectively. However, he only joins your locker room when you reach rank 11, so you had to rank down to see it. It also caused the removal of this dialogue when you lose the surprise rematch against the Iron Adonis twins. A non-sanctioned match like this won't affect his ranking, but hoo-wee, what a beating! Also, originally, a fight against Rockhawk would always give you the requirement to use a special attack. In the remake, you get a new type of condition. None. Now listen, son, in this battle, there are no conditions. You fought that champ with every trick and technique you got. Now get in there and win yourself a championship. Pay attention, in this battle, there are no conditions. None. You're up against Rockhawk and you'll need to hit him like a 2-ton bag of 5-ton hammers. Now get in there and do some mathematically improbable fighting. The main reason for this is so the game can bypass its own rules. After all, under the new ranking system, it would be possible to defeat Rockhawk and still not become champion if you ignored the promoter condition. That's not very satisfying, so they made it impossible to fail that way. They actually pulled the same trick earlier in a more subtle way. When you're matched against the Iron Adonis twins, you're always given the condition to use a partner move at least once. Since the Iron Adonis twins are immune to every source of damage besides Gulp, it's impossible to beat them without clearing this condition, meaning you will always rank up to the Major League when you do. Because you're no longer able to D-rank, the game now gives you a new way to rematch lower ranking opponents, exhibition matches. This is a great feature. Yeah, you could work your way down before, but only one fight at a time. And if you need to because of a tattle you missed, it's probably the KP Paratroopa, which is way down there. Anyway, two fighters have unique dialogue for when you fight them in an exhibition match, King K and Rockhawk. Prepare yourself, Gonzalez, I won't hold anything back.
Bring it on, Gonzalez. I'll even let you take the first swing.
Rockhawk also has a different win quote here.
Ha ha ha, is that the best you got?
Regardless of the match type, a few team introductions have changed. I already mentioned the Iron Adonis twins, whose name and introduction were swapped. But there's also the Goomba Bros, whose intro was the Hoppin' Hardhats and is now the Meteorite Hardhats, as well as Rockhawk, who went from the Feral Nuclear Reactor to the Golden Grandstander. The way King K speaks has been toned down. It's a shame. Like Goombella, I really dig the way he talks. He no longer calls you dog or homie. Basically, urban slang is off the table. Cruise, my peeps, stuff like that. He now speaks using more formal grammar too. At least they kept the double G money. Removing that would have been actual character assassination. I guess in a similar vein, Hamma Jamma referred to 7-1 as his grandfather's hood. Now they were his hoppin' grounds. I'm not a native speaker, so I don't know if slang like this is considered problematic or just really outdated. Speaking of King K, to advance to the Major League you need to rescue the Yoshi egg from Mr. Hoggle, so when King K tells you about his dogs he really eggs you on. Hey man, check this, I heard the hot dog stand outside's getting a new menu item. Yeah, sounds like it's some crazy hot dog made with an egg from a southern island. Some fool was even saying the hot dog will help you win fights. You ought to snack out on one. Hint hint. In the remake, he's even more shameless. Hey man, check this. I heard the hot dog stand outside's getting a new menu item that uses a mystic egg. What? Mystic egg? No it's not. Anyway. Did you know their hot dogs can restore your HP and FP during a match? That's some serious nutrish. I'm not sponsored. Yet. Just excited about some probably amazing hot dogs. You ought to snack out on one. When Sir Swoop joins the Glitz pit, Jolene gives him the exact same rundown she gave you, word for word. That's a great bit, but the original missed a spot. Right this way, Sir Swoop, this is your dressing room. This was changed to match what she actually said to Mario. Well, here we are, this is your locker room. When fighting your first Major League opponent, Grubba asks you how you're feeling. You used to have the option to burp into the microphone, but this has been replaced by the option, like a doof. The fight against the Iron Adonis twins before recruiting Yoshi is one of only 2 unwinnable fights in the game, so after a few attacks, the remake gives you some advice for if you're still confused on what to do. Our attacks aren't working at all. This might be a good one to run away from. None of our attacks are working. Should we be running right now? Our attacks aren't working. Should we consider running? When you lose to the Iron Adonis twins without having rescued the egg, Sir Swoop will remind you to check out the hot dog stand. This is still the case in the remake, but this scene now also includes partner dialogue. Man, Iron Adonis twins is right. We can't beat them like this. What should we do? I don't think we can beat the Iron Adonis twins like this. What should we do, Mario? These Iron Adonis twins seem unbeatable. What in the world can we do? Also, for some reason, the remake makes it a point to call the egg a mystic egg again. I wonder what's up with that. If they're gonna insist on this, why didn't they make it a recipe like they did with the hottest dog? After making it to the Major League, you find out the star on the champ's belt is not a crystal star. You then receive your first email from X, but are given no direct instructions. I guess to give the player a bit more guidance, Yoshi Kid now adds,
Gonzalez, even if the belt's a fake, I think we should try to take on the championship anyway. It's the best way to find out what's really going on here in the Glitz Pit.
One of X's emails asks you to visit the minor league locker room. Since you're already in the major league by then, someone had to pull some strings behind the scenes. I got the word that you wanted to move back down to the minor league again. Can't say I understand why. Anyway, go in. That's a bit of an odd choice of words. Surely it's not as easy as simply wanting to go back down. I got word that you somehow fell back down to the minor league again. Can't say I understand why. Anyway, go on in. This one feels a lot more like it would fall in line with regulations. They also added a reaction from your partner. You dropped down to the minor league? Is that a thing that happens? You're back in the minor league? How does that happen? However did you get dropped to the minor league? I can't even imagine.
You're minor league again? That doesn't make any sense.
D-ranking doesn't even exist in this version, so that is quite shocking, yeah. When you're rank 2, Shellshock asks you, so what does it feel like to stand on top of the world, baby? It's good, right? I guess the editors felt it was a bit premature considering your rank, so he's no longer asking you. I wonder what it feels like to be the ultimate fighter. It must feel like standing on top of the world, baby. When you collect the storage key from behind the Great Gonzalez poster, there used to be partner dialogue here. What's that key for? What do you think that unlocks? Whatever could that key be for?
Whoa, where do you think that key goes?
It was removed, probably just for the sake of pacing. When you get locked inside the locker room before the Rockhawk fight, your current partner tries to open the door. If you then tried opening the door yourself, your partner would say something like, I already tried that, Mario, it's locked. Even if they're not the one who tried opening the door in the cutscene. Now they say, we already tried that, removing the contradiction. When you face Rockhawk after chapter 3, within the crowd of Gonzalez fans, someone would yell, Jumpman! Wait, who? This was removed, simply replaced with more calls for Gonzalez. As you know, the Champ's room has a second exit in the vent. This has to be here for plot reasons, but the game designers didn't seem to account for its continued existence after chapter 3. If you scheduled a match and then leave through the vent, the game would just forget you ever scheduled it. In the remake, the Glitzpit security stops you. Mr. Champion sir, where are you going? It's time for your match, please come this way. Listen to this tattle. That's another Twilighter. I hope we can save him from that piggy fate. Hopefully he won't have a nervous breakdown about becoming a pig in the interim. Honestly, kind of weird how chapter 4 specific they made that one. Obviously it doesn't work afterwards, but now it's been made more general. That's another Twilighter. He seems to be stuck in some dark thoughts. Hopefully he won't worry himself sick. That can turn out worse than what you're afraid of sometimes. That's a Twilighter who got turned into a pig. Do you think that this guy was so gloomy that he's even a gloomy pig? That's crazy. Seems like a normal tattle for a Twilighter pig. However, this is the guy who sings all the time. He's probably the jolliest guy in town, so now his tattle is more befitting his disposition. That's a Twilighter who got turned into a pig. He seems like a happy guy, even as a pig. Some people are just like that, I guess. This woman's tattle also changed, both for her pig and human form, and I really couldn't guess why. It used to be. This pig also used to be a Twilighter. Who knows which one, but it seems dignified. That's a dignified old woman. Hey, there was a dignified pig here earlier, right? I knew it! But now it's this. This pig also used to be a Twilighter. There's something strange about it. That's a Twilighter. She may seem peaceful now, but she went hog wild in her youth. Pretty ironic, isn't it? The black chest in the shop used to say the black key was here somewhere. Maybe a little confusing if you haven't already found it. You might think it's somewhere in the shop. The remake clarifies it's somewhere near this town. If you're a 1000 Year Door veteran, then for sure, while doing the General White quest, you've talked to this guy and went, wait, what? Originally, this was the guy to talk to advance that quest, but now you speak to Mayor Dower. This is unused dialogue that has been re-implemented, and also edited slightly. Why, it's the savior of our town. It's Mario. Yes, actually, there was a General White around here for a little while. Curious fellow. Came here for a bit of rest, but looked tired all the time. Then, one day, he just up and left. I'm afraid I don't know where. He was mumbling something or other about a cannon. That's cool, but why did they get rid of the dialogue from the original guy? Well, they didn't. They simply moved it to this NPC instead. That way, there's one in both parts of Twilight Town. Not to mention, it's closer to this newly added fast travel pipe. The duplex body swap is one of my favorite twists in gaming, but if you're wearing the W emblem, it's not very convincing. Duplex will always wear red, so the swap is immediately evident. Thankfully, they fixed this in the remake. A knock-on effect of this change is that some Twilighters who talk about Mario's appearance now have to account for this old costume. What? A guy with a yellow cap and some purple overalls? That sounds familiar. Come on, brain. Oh yeah, that's Mario. He's this adventurer who saved our village. The curse has been lifted since Mario beat that bad ghost. Ah, that perfect yellow cap. Those scuffed purple overalls. He's the absolute best. Now, I have to admit, I was a little worried Nintendo might get rid of the woke crows. These guys are awesome, but I thought it might be too political for a company like Nintendo. Thankfully, my fears were unwarranted. The dialogue is left intact, except adjusted a little for modern times. Not the fiber optic crows. Apparently 20 years later, internet service hasn't actually changed a whole lot. And sadly, these crows do still worry about renewable energy too. However, after chapter 4, they would discuss the current state of solar energy.
Oh yeah? What's the current efficiency conversion rate for solar power?
Well, it's still down around 10%, but that number's only going to go up, you know? I wouldn't consider it feasible for commercial ventures until it gets up to 30% or so.
And then you still got the problem of the sun never coming up in this village.
Apparently, at the time of recording, the efficiency is now around 20%. So, you know, that's better, double of what it was back then, but it's still not the 30% target the Crow gives us. The remake doesn't give us those numbers though. It opts for a more timeless approach by simply saying it's still low and needs to be much higher. Later, they discuss the topic of environmental problems further, ultimately concluding that the current rate of population growth will make it difficult to find a solution. This is something that's seen as less of an issue now as it was back then, and so the Crow now points to global consumption habits as the main hurdle to environmental progress. After chapter 4, these crows to the east gossip about Peach.
That Peach is cute and all, but come on! Any girl that gets kidnapped every weekend is just going to break your heart, you know?
Not a very positive spin on her character, clearly. This isn't how Nintendo wants to portray the princess, so it got changed to this.
That Peach is sweet and all, but come on! Being on call to save a frequent kidnappee must wreak havoc on a schedule.
Before you fight Dupless in Twilight Trail, he tells you not to run away, which is obviously reverse psychology from the developers. But I've watched enough Let's Plays to know that some people still get confused for a few turns. Running away isn't usually what you do in a scripted encounter like this. So in the remake, Dupless really drives the point home one more time at the start of battle.
You're not thinking about running away, are you? You'd better not be.
And over the course of Chapter 4, you'd have to cross Dupless's ambush several times. Every time you passed him, you'd have to guess his name, fight him, and flee. In the remake, after the first encounter, you get the option to immediately skip to the running away part. Very nice. While Dupless is at the mayor's house, you can talk to your former party members. In the original, they were talking to him, and I guess you were simply eavesdropping. But their dialogue has been rewritten so that they're talking to you, about him. For the most part, that's the only change, but for some reason, Yoshi's was rewritten completely.
Gonzalez, what's with you lately? You're kind of freaking me out. I mean, I'm all for acting like a complete loon, but it's not exactly in your character. Huh? You want to know if Gonzalez has been acting different lately? I mean, I guess he's more annoying now, what with the weird shouts and yuck 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 laugh and stuff.
So, about Dupless, how does his magic work exactly? The original explained it like this.
The only soul that knows the bad guy's name is locked under creepy Steeple, I hear. Because, you know, if no one knows your name, then you can use unstoppable magic. But if someone says your real name to you, then your magic will stop working.
Okay, that doesn't really work, does it? Even after you say his name, he gets to keep your body, and he continues transforming later on in the game too. He even tells people his name himself because of how much of a non-issue it is. So the remake came up with something different.
The only soul that knows the bad guy's name is locked under creepy Steeple, I hear. And it's obvious that saying his real name is his one weakness.
It's kept a little vague here, but when you attack Dupless after saying his name, it's clear what they were going for now.
What? Damage? Gah, that's right. You guessed my name and now stuff hurts sometimes.
That's right, not knowing his name was the source of his invincibility. The fact you couldn't damage him in Twilight Trail is something that wasn't explained or even acknowledged in the original at all. It was just something the developers had to do to make you follow the intended story, but this rewrite fixes that, along with the confusing rules about his magic. Another touch they added to sell this new interpretation is that Dupless is now fully capable of damaging you, whereas in the original neither party could damage the other. Originally, in the GameCube version, you would need to open this box to cause a boo to appear in the main hall of Creepy Steeple, but in the remake this boo is there from the start, asking you to release his friends. This actually makes sense though. The original also had a boo who asked you that, but you could only see him by interacting with the doors before opening the box. The remake just makes him plainly visible. However, this choice caused his title to change because originally it was, "That's a boo. You think it's one of the boos from that box?" Obviously, this doesn't make sense before even getting to the box. Now the title is this. "That's a boo, a familiar floating fluffy ghost. Do you think it's stuck in this room somehow? Feels like there's a story behind this." That's Dupless's parrot. Seems like he's been abandoned down here. Poor little guy. I didn't put it in my video, but this is unused dialogue that existed in the original game files. I actually didn't know it was unused until someone pointed it out to me. After all, why would it be unused, right? I'm still not really sure, maybe he was just too high up. Before you can start Chapter 5, you need to recruit Bobbery. Obviously, he's an important guy, one of the spotlight characters of the chapter, but this opening scene in the boat doesn't do him a lot of justice. They only give him one set of lines, which you can barely even tell are coming from him, before he's hurtled off the ship. Something we're supposed to believe may have been his death, but it's mostly obscured by the mast and no one even acknowledges it happened. Now, the remake improves on this quite a bit. First of all, he starts off at the back of the ship, which is where a helmsman would typically be. Then, when an issue arises, Bobbery pitches in.
I see no issue with the ship itself, and I assure you I am not so rusty a sailor that I would miss it.
This also serves the dual purpose of moving him to the center of the ship, where we can get a better view of his supposed dramatic death. Wah! Bobbery, no! Now that's an exit. Like I said, we're meant to believe he could have died here, and even when you find him again, it looks like he might still die. Most of the dialogue suggesting this has remained intact, but for some reason the implication was removed from some camp members' dialogue. Mario, you are a dilly-dallyer. Hurry up and fulfill the Admiral's last wish. Mario, you are a dilly-dallyer. Hurry up and help the Admiral.
Bobbery's on the brink, ain't he, mate? I hoped he'd pull through, but... Bobbery's on the brink, ain't he, mate? I hope he'll pull through.
Okay, so tell me if this sounds familiar. It's your first time playing the Thousand Year Door, and you decide to take Chef Shimi's trouble, or maybe Bub's. Either way, you're asked to find a Keel Mango, and you go, a Keel Mango? I don't remember seeing anything like that. So you go around Keelhaul Key, hit this tree, and you're like, wait, what? Has this always been here? If that was your experience, you probably played the original. And that's because, no, it's not always been there. This mango doesn't appear during Chapter 5 because Flavio asks you to look for food during it, specifically for island fare, and the devs really wanted the answer to be coconuts. Fair, but it's really confusing that this item doesn't start spawning until an arbitrary point in the story with no indication of that being the case, and thankfully the remake does away with this. The mango now always appears so new players will actually know it exists. Coconuts are still the only thing Flavio will accept, but he does give an excuse for why he won't accept mangoes despite meeting his requirements. Well now, what have we here? It is Desert Island chic, but mangoes do not agree with Flavio, so mangoes are wrong. Try again if you please. Personally, I would have just put the mango tree behind a destructible rock. It gives you something to do with your newly acquired party member, which for some reason Keelhaul Key doesn't have outside of the cave entrance, and requiring Bobbery means it would have sidestepped the coconut issue entirely, since that happens before you recruit him. But hey, more dialogue. When you give Flavio the coconut, there's now an extra moment added to the remake where he almost gives you his skull gem, just to remind the player it exists, I guess. You do need it in a puzzle soon after. Speaking of which, in the original, after Flavio lends you his skull gem, his singing would lead you through the puzzle. He starts off by singing the part about the skull gem, then, after you place it, he sings about the Stash Brothers. And if you mess up the Stash Brothers puzzle, he would for some reason start singing the song in full. That last one's a little weird, and in a previous video I mistakenly flagged it as unused dialogue. Sorry about that. Anyway, the middle of those 3 steps has been removed. Flavio now sings the full song immediately after you place the gem. And before you do, he doesn't sing at all. That has now been replaced with this. Remember, I am only loaning you that skull gem. I expect it back just as shiny or even shinier. After you defeat Lord Crump, the previously unused cheers, Yahoo and Colas on Me have been re-implemented. After sitting through 100 I love yous, your active party member will suggest helping Frankie and Francesca look for their lost ring. But if you already found the ring at that point, they'll instead say something like, "We should get back to looking for that ring." Huh? I don't know if this was also the case in the Japanese version, but clearly at some point someone lost track of what this dialogue was for. I don't even need to say it at this point, but yes, this was also fixed. Oh, do you think the ring we found is their ring? Anyways, do you think the ring we found is the one they're looking for? And more importantly, could the ring we found be the one in question?
And hey, do you think the ring we picked up is theirs?
Anyways, do you think the ring we found is the one they're looking for?
Then again, I suppose the more pressing question is if the ring we found is the ring they are looking for.
And what about that ring we found? Do you suppose it's the ring they were talking about? I had to sit through the I love you scene 7 times to get this footage. I hope you know that. After you help Frankie and Francesca retrieve their wedding ring, they head to Cortez's ship to sail back to Rogueport. You need to come with them for this to happen. If you use the blue warp pipe, they'll still be waiting for you at Keelhaul Key. This doesn't change in the remake, but if you try to use the pipe, your partner will stop you. Francesca and Frankie are waiting at the port. Let's go, Mario. We should head for the port, Mario. Francesca and Frankie are waiting. Francesca and Frankie will be waiting for us at the port, yes? Let's head straight there.
Let's hurry to the port, Gonzalez. Francesca and Frankie are waiting.
Francesca and Frankie are waiting at the port, right? Then let's go, Mario.
Francesca and Frankie will be waiting by the port. Off we go, Mario.
Francesca and Frankie will be waiting at the port. Let's go, Mario.
Oi, Admiral Bobbery, I heard you saved the world with the captain here. That's my legendary sea mine of an admiral. Here's to you. I'm a Bobbery fan now.
Papatch, you've always been a Bobbery fan. You gush about him so much that I dedicated a segment to it in my previous video.
Here's to you. I'll be a Bobbery fan for life.
Oh hey, they fixed it. So, for 100% completion in the remake, you need to hit Waka 8 times. This unlocks him as an optional super boss, a cool reference to the unused Waka battle data in Paper Mario 64. As nice of a reference as that is, it does put us in kind of a weird spot. I think it's pretty clear Waka exists as an environmentalist message about animals being driven to extinction as a result of human greed. As such, you're not actually supposed to want to whack Waka. The dialogue does its best to discourage you from that. And, well, to that end, the developers actually changed surprisingly little about this dialogue. The main difference is his reaction to getting hit. In the original, he'd say,
"Don't hit me. That hurts. That really hurts.
And
I can't take this abuse."
The remake makes his reaction a bit more playful.
"Direct hit. Shellacked. Explosive."
And, no extra dialogue when it's the final hit. I said I wouldn't touch on the completely new stuff, but this does fall in line with his dialogue after his boss battle, where it seems like it's all just a game to him. Another thing they changed is that he no longer complains about having headaches after you hit him enough, though it does still seem to cause memory loss, and possibly brain damage? When you're in this section of the Pirate's Grotto, Goombella's Tattle used to say there was a Bill Blaster at the end of the room. This was changed to a couple of Bill Blasters. That is correct, but you'd think they'd remove that part completely. It's one of those tattles that stops being true after you defeat the blasters in this case. They made the same change in this area too, even though there's 4 blasters in this one. The black chest in the shipwreck asks you to defeat a ghost to get the black key. After the ghost spawns and before collecting the black key, he'll say,
"Just beat up that ghost over there and we'll get this done. He should have the key."
And, going above and beyond as usual, someone in the development team said, "Hey, what if someone defeats the ghost, doesn't grab the key, and then talks to the chest again?" No one's gonna do that, but hey, have some new dialogue just for that case.
"You defeated the ghost, what are you waiting for? Pick up the key it dropped over there."
After defeating Cortez, one of the shipwrecked toads will say,
"Yes, now that you got some time, why don't you get us out of here?"
For reasons beyond my comprehension, they felt the need to change this one.
"Hey, if you've got time to be impressed by heroics, you've got time to think up a way out of here."
Oh man, Goom Goom, I love this guy. He just wants to get a girlfriend, is that so wrong? Well, maybe, because the remake changed basically every interaction of his. I think it's a bit of a mixed bag, and I mean that in a good way. Again, I love him, so the fact that the changes made some of his dialogue worse and better in my eyes is actually kind of impressive. The changes that affect most of his interactions is that he's no longer allowed to say cute. Every instance of cute has been replaced with nice, and every instance of cutie with gal. A little weird, but who cares? Anyway, let's have a look at how his tastes have changed. There's no one to date, I mean no one. I'm chatting up sea turtles here. So all I need you to do is introduce me to a nice girl. That's it, a girl, okay? I guess my type would be petite, younger than me, and pretty, not drop dead hot. Yeah, a cute little Goomba gal would be just perfect. Please help me. Please. There is no one to date, I mean no one. I'm chatting up sea turtles here. So all I need you to do is introduce me to a gal who's nice and chatty. That's it, a nice chatty gal, okay? I guess my ideal match would be about my age, short like me, and Goomba shaped, also like me. Yeah, I guess I'm just describing a Goomba gal. That would be perfect. Can you give a Goom a hand? My favorite part is that they changed younger than me to about my age. Like, come on, was that really necessary? Anyway, here are the bits of his reactions to your party members that have changed. Not only that, but you're a dude. This is all wrong. Remember what I told you? I mean, you're a step up from sea turtles, but no. Remember what I told you? Whoa, now that is a very glamorous woman indeed. But you're kind of old. Whoa, now that is a very glamorous gal indeed, but you're kind of floaty, and I'm groundbound for life. Well, I never. How rude. Go get your eyes checked, young man. I am a prize. Oh, haughtiest of all laughs. You had best get your eyes checked, young man. I am a prize. Whoa, hey, you're petite, just like I asked. But you're a Yoshi. This is all totally wrong. Remember what I told you? Whoa, hey, you're about my size, just like I asked, but you're a Yoshi. This is not what I asked for. Remember what I told you? Creepy. There, I said it. This is all so very wrong. Remember what I told you? Creepy. There, I said it. You're too goth for me. And you're not even a Goomba. Remember what I told you? His reactions to Bobbery and Miss Mouse have remained basically the same, aside from that cute thing I mentioned earlier. That just leaves the correct answer, Goombella. It's kinda long, so instead of reading both, here's a side-by-side comparison. Perfect! Slam dunk, man! Yes! Slam dunk! Now, watch an artist at work. I've got a foolproof opening where I just confess my love right away. Hey baby Goom, do you believe in love at first sight, Angel? Because, you know, I do, and... what are you trying to say? Just spit it out. I love you. I've loved you since before either of us was born. Please go out with me. Oh, this is awkward. Sorry, I'm already going out with Mario here. Bad luck, pal. What? You have a boyfriend? Man, I've had enough of this. Peace! Sorry to put you on the spot, Mario, but that's the fastest way to get rid of a guy like that. Anyway, here, we still technically helped that guy with his trouble, so let's take this as a reward. Also, when you tattled him in the GameCube version, Goombella originally said, "By the way, you don't suppose I'd qualify as a cute Goomba gal, do you?" This was removed. I'd hesitate to say it's to not spoil the solution. It's not exactly a head scratcher to begin with, is it? There's a mistake in Ziptoad's dialogue that I never picked up on until now. See if you can spot it. Hey guy, yeah, you know this, but I'm the absurdly famous movie star Ziptoad. I'm gonna shoot this little multi-billion-dollar art flick in Poshley Heights, yo. Oh, and I only sign autographs for cute chicks. Sorry about that, guy. Did you catch the mistake? Multi-billion-dollar is the issue. There are no dollars in the Mario world. The remake changes it to multi-billion coin. They also rewrote the last line where he calls women cute chicks. You know how the remake feels about that by now. I tell ya, being a celebrity is rough. Everywhere I go, girls mob me for my autograph. Exhausting. Or maybe they just changed the only signs for chicks thing because that doesn't explain why he won't sign for your female party members. Because when you're looking for an autograph later on in the chapter, he now gives a more ironclad excuse. Well, I'm sure he'd be stoked to have an autograph from a famous movie star, right guy? Sorry though, that's a no can do from me. My fee for autographs is out of your budget. At the start of your journey, the engineer would cycle between two sets of dialogue in the GameCube version. One where he welcomes you aboard and one where Mario tells him about the note. Kind of weird that it goes back and forth like that. In the remake, these have been merged. He'll welcome you aboard and then you tell him about the note in the same interaction. He has new dialogue for any time you talk to him after that too. If you haven't shown the note to the conductor yet, he'll say, I can't leave the controls, so can you inform the conductor at the end of the train about the threat? And if you have, he'll say, "And how are you enjoying your ride on the Excess Express? It's perfect and wonderful, isn't it? Obviously, it's beautiful to look at, but the true sublime perfection is in the soft rocking of the train. Truly, a ride on the Excess Express is the greatest of all experiences that can occur between two steel rails." When you talk to the conductor for the first time, in the original he'd say, "I see, good gracious me. If I hear anything else I will let you know immediately." Which kinda leaves you wondering, now what? The remake gives you a bit more direction. I see, good gracious me. Thank you for letting me know. Please be careful out there and return to your cabin. I think that makes sense for him to say, and it's a bit of a misdirection anyway, as you'll run into the next plot point on your way there. Also, before you show him the note, he has one extra line mentioning the baggage car behind him, which will be useful to know later. In the original, he didn't mention the baggage car until the third time you talk to him in a row. It's because after you show the conductor the note, his dialogue will cycle between two messages. The second time you talk to him, he says, "Sir, if I hear anything else about the sticky threat, I will let you know immediately." And the third time is finally, "This is the luggage car. I'm sorry, but I can't let passengers in here, sir." And then it continues to alternate between the two. In the remake, the middle of those got removed. He now always says the baggage car message after the first time you speak. Gold Bob and Sylvia's argument about Bob's present has changed a little. For Gold Bob, the second half of his argument has changed. "I mean, don't you think so? Because that way, clearly, he'll remember it longer. And that's why you need to think long and hard about what I'm saying." Most of that is filler, as you can see, but now it's got a little more substance. "Because that way, clearly, he'll remember it longer. We should give a gift that reflects his upbringing. Not something silly, like study materials." Sylvia's half of the argument was equally hollow in the original. "Do you hear me talking? He needs something useful, dear, not a toy. And that is why you must just use your brain and think just a little bit harder on exactly what I am saying to you." I don't think her side improved that much, though. If you truly care about him, you'd get him something useful, not a toy. You must just use your brain and think just a little bit harder on exactly what I am saying. And I must say, you think much too much about what others think. After listening to the fight, you can agree to find what Bob wants. In the GameCube version, if you talk to him again after that, he'll give you your first hint.
Okay then, here's a hint. It starts with an A. Got it?
And you can speak to him again for a second hint.
Okay, here's your second hint. It's a certain person's autograph. Now you've got it, don't ya?
In the remake, he gives you the first hint immediately after you agree to help. You can't opt out of it.
Here's your hint. It has "aw" at the front. Now you've got it, don't ya?
But on the flip side, he doesn't give you your second hint until you specifically ask him for it. You can ask Pennington for a hint as well, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. He says Bob wants a GBA because that was the style at the time.
Why, it's rudimentary. He wants a Game Boy Advance, my dear Luigi. Because that, my friend, is what young children his age crave above all things.
The remake doesn't change this, it only changes his comment after that, almost as if to call attention to how outdated the reference is now.
Why, it's rudimentary. He wants a Game Boy Advance, my dear Luigi. Yes, I'm quite sure. My grasp of the modern youth culture's enthusiast desires has never been stronger.
Anyway, getting Bob his autograph is actually a two-step process. You have to learn he admires the engineer and that he wants an autograph. If you only satisfy the first of those conditions, nothing would happen in the original, but the remake gives the engineer a new piece of dialogue. "Little Bob admires me because I'm a train engineer? Well, shucks." So, over the course of Chapter 6, you're looking for the person responsible for leaving the sticky yummy threat. It can't be Ghosty because he has an alibi.
No, I left no such thing. I can't even hold physical objects like pen and paper.
That's all well and good, but he promises to tell you where the blanket is if you give him his diary. And you do, you physically hand him the diary he supposedly can't hold, and then he gives you the blanket. Look, he even has a little give animation. In the remake it's a little better. He instead asks you to place his diary in the nightstand drawer. His dialogue about the blanket hasn't changed, but he doesn't do the animation anymore, so I guess you can just interpret it as him telling you where it is. Which you don't need, by the way. It's right there, you can see it. And it disappears when you get the blanket, so that is the one. So yeah, this scene is still a little weird, but it's definitely better than it was. Ghosty's dialogue at Riverside Station was rewritten. Not sure why, I don't think anything substantive was changed here, but I guess it's worth mentioning.
Are we at Riverside already? There's a quaint drawbridge here from when pleasure boats cruised the canal, but it hasn't been used since the canal was dried up and turned to pasture. Did we arrive at Riverside Station? I think there's a little drawbridge here from earlier days when boats would pass through the canal. But then the canal dried up, and now the bridge just sits there, not really serving a purpose. I can relate.
When you wake up on day 3, you can talk to Ghosty, and he'll tell you about the painting in Poshley Sanctum. He'll even tell you about this while the whole Smork thing is going on. In the remake, the Smorks at least seem to be on his radar.
I sense the presence of a large crowd of something.
On top of the train, if you're having trouble moving forward, your partner will now point you in the right direction. There's so many of them. Let's get them to move out of the way so we can move forward. There are so many. Let's do what we can to get them out of our way and move forward. My, there are a lot of them. Move them out of the way so we can get through.
Yikes, there's so many. Do your thing and get them out of our way so we can get through.
There's so many of them. We need to make them scatter so we can get through.
The sheer number of them! Nothing to be done but scatter them out of the way so we can proceed ahead.
Sure is a lot of them. Let's convince them to get out of our way and make our way through. After Chapter 6, they added a menu to the bed in Cabin 5 where you can choose to skip to the end of the journey. Thank God. In the GameCube version, you always had to make a stop at Riverside. Also after Chapter 6, you may encounter this toad in the Excess Express, who has a Paper Mario trivia question for you.
What did Bowser nab in the last Paper Mario?
For the remake, the last Paper Mario would be Origami King, so they rephrased it.
What did Bowser nab in the first Paper Mario game?
At Riverside Station, one of the station workers tells you he saw a suspicious looking shadowy person wearing a hat go inside. Probably Beldam, or maybe she made Marilyn do it. Well, we don't have to wonder about that anymore, because in the remake he saw both of them go inside. Also, at the station, the door to the Excess Express used to be open for you to enter and exit. In the remake, you have to speak to a station worker to get in, probably just to have it match the other stations. For some reason, the remake really wants you to know that Toodles does not live in Poshley Heights. Almost all of her introductions were changed to mention this. Welcome to my vacation home, you tousled hairy yeti of a man you. You're glorious, dear. Welcome to my vacation home, my alluring angel in overalls. Welcome to my vacation home, you marvelous man. In the original, the hotel receptionist was basically just an innkeeper with an extra hitbox, so you could talk to her normally or from across the desk. In the remake, she's a little more uptight. She'll only do business with you from across the desk. If you walk right up to her and talk, she'll say,
"Sir, if you'd like to stay here, I must ask that you observe reception desk etiquette and stay on your side."
The remake also makes the elevator interactable, in case you want another scolding.
"Excuse me, sir, if you'd like to stay at our hotel, we must ask that you first stop by the reception desk."
Like the parrot in Creepy Steeple, the pasta vendor couldn't be tattled in the original game. She was just too far out of reach. However, unlike the parrot, this seems to have been intentional. She didn't have any unused tattle dialogue back then, so the one they added in the remake is all new. That's a toad shopkeeper. They're selling fresh pasta as a souvenir. True to its name, Poshley Heights is serving up high-caliber noodles, with a fittingly rich flavor, no doubt. In Chapter 7, if you fail your negotiation with Gold Bob, Sylvia would offer some advice. You know, Gonzalez, there are ways to express oneself besides money. From these words, would you guess the answer is to offer all of your money? It sounds like she's suggesting the opposite, doesn't it? The remake fixes the dialogue, as it tends to. You know, Gonzalez, a half-hearted attitude won't get your feelings across to others. For some reason, they also changed her dialogue for when you do convince her husband. Gonzalez, I think you are simply the best. Gonzalez, I was so impressed with the way you offered up all your coins. Bob's reaction to this changed too. He used to simply say, "You're pretty cool, mister." Now he adds, "You're a champion and a detective and you're saving the world." One of the game's side quests has you trick this toad into believing she's meeting Luigi by dressing up as him, only to be interrupted by the real Luigi. They rewrote a segment of this scene. I'm not sure why, but I do prefer the new version. Ew, ew, ew! He's so much like Luigi, it's creepy! He's trying to masquerade as Luigi to interrupt our special time together. That's crazy! This is a nightmare! A bad dream! I won't believe it! Wake up! Ah! No way! I know I wasn't supposed to see that, no way! Ew, ew, ew! How dare you speak to Luigi, you liar! You Luigi! You'll never be Luigi, no matter how many green hats you wear. Now stop interrupting our special time. But I'm pretty sure I'm me. This is a nightmare, a bad dream. I won't believe it. Wake up, Luigi. Ugh. Oh no. What have I done? You've seen such a horrible side of me. The worst side. Have you played the remake and noticed Gob's trouble isn't listed in the trouble center yet, even though it should be? If so, that's because you need to solve Zesti's trouble first. That one unlocks the ability to cook with 2 ingredients, which is something you need to help Gob. Because it's not possible to take on multiple troubles at a time, accepting Gobs without this ability would make the trouble unsolvable and you'd be forced to pay the cancellation fee. This is a trap you could fall into in the GameCube version, but the remake fixed this by adding this secondary requirement. However, they didn't do the same for Bob's trouble. In that one, you choose one of 3 possible gifts for his mother. 2 of them are fine, but if you select Shroom Cake, you've locked yourself into an unwinnable situation. And yet, the remake doesn't require you to solve Zesti's trouble first. It instead sidesteps the issue by letting you change your choice of item. Bring me a mushroom cake for my mom, or would something else be better? As you can see, they did mess up the selection box here. The I do makes sense for the place it's originally used, but not for this question. Also, when you finish the trouble, he now yells for his mom, which he didn't do in the original. That's a cute little touch. Rob's got a bit of a parlor trick. He can guess your personality based on just your mustache.
Your bushy broom means that you are a stubborn and selfish man. So how did I do? No, do not protest. I know, no one likes to admit faults.
I think that's a pretty funny joke, but for some reason they replaced it with something else.
Your bushy broom means that you are stubborn and selfish man. How did I know? I have certain experience with mustaches like that, you see.
I don't even really get what they're going for here. It can be about General White, his mustache is way different. So maybe the mayor? He's stubborn, yeah, but selfish? I don't know, man, I just like the original way better. On a brighter note, they added a little extra to the Traveling Sisters dialogue here, just for the heck of it. There's no skiing or skating here, just shivering. So much shivering. It's boring, we should just go home. Probably the thing people would get stuck on the most in the original is figuring out how to get the Fahr Outpost mayor to open up to you. The game had hints, but they're pretty out of the way, requiring you to go back to Rogueport after starting Chapter 7. Of course, the remake has partner hints to solve this issue, but they also gave Nop some additional dialogue to help you out. After his usual dialogue, he says,
As you can guess from my kablammy reserved demeanor, many bobombs only open up to other bobombs.
And if Bobbery is your active party member, he'll add,
Your bobomb companion will understand. Correcto.
After you start the canon quest, the Fahr Outpost mayor is now more responsive to your progress in getting it back online. In the original, the only dialogue that would update was if you asked him to remind you of what to do, where he'd tell you to find General White and speak to Goldbob, or only one of those if you already did the other. But in the remake, Mario reports his progress the next time you speak to him.
What? General White is back? Then Big Bob's grand revival cannot be far behind. Oh ho, you got permission to use cannon. Must mean you met up with Goldbob. That clears the way for Big Bob's grand revival.
And if you did both of them since the last time you spoke to him.
Oh ho, you got permission to use the cannon. Must mean you met up with Goldbob. What? General White is back too? Then it is now time for Big Bob's grand revival.
There's even a unique version of the Goldbob one that leads into the General White cutscene if you chased him back there.
Oh ho, you have permission to use cannon. Must mean you met up with Goldbob. All that remains is General White. What? You cannot find the General?
If you haven't gotten Goldbob's permission yet, or you already told him, the cutscene will instead start like this.
You don't have the foggiest what General White may be?
After waking up General White, the remake adds some partner dialogue at the very end of that cutscene. Huh? We're the ones that went looking everywhere for him! We were the ones who got sore feet looking everywhere for him. Not that he asked, but we were the ones who had to go looking everywhere for him.
Somebody tell him it was us that went looking everywhere for him.
I can't help but feel that we were the ones going around looking everywhere for him.
The old boy should be told it was us who looked around everywhere for him.
It was us who had to go looking around everywhere. Speaking to General White before getting Goldbob's permission will give you another dialogue change that on the face is pointless, but it does sound better.
Well, we are truly going to do this, are we not? Hut! Oh, I have itched for this. Go find that Goldbob and get back here on the double. Well, the time has finally come to wake Big Bob from his long projectile slumber. Oh, I have itched for this. Go find that Goldbob and get back here on the double.
Remember Swap? He's the guy who wants 22 kids and 2 soccer teams. He asks you to go all the way down to level 50 of the Pit of 100 Trials. For some reason they changed his dialogue explaining why he won't do it himself.
I would erase it myself, but I don't think I can get down there again.
Shakroom!
I would explode it myself, ease of peace, but getting back down there is not ease of peace. Shakroom!
On the moon, Goombella implies the Mario world had a moon landing equivalent to the real life one in 1969. The remake still mentions that landing but removes the date. I guess that's just as well. The way Paper Mario does dates is really weird, so the year that moon landing happened in probably wouldn't be called 1969 anyway. It'd be Star Star Music Note or something. When you enter the X-Naut Fortress for the first time, we get another piece of re-implemented unused dialogue. The GameCube version's cutscene ended with, "So let's get him?" But the remake brings back the scrapped response,
"Yeah, let's get him, dude!"
After you beat them up, your active party member remarks that if the X-Nauts are here, then the Crystal Star must be here too, and Peach as well. The remake swaps these two, wanting to give Princess Peach top billing. However, they just swapped the words without changing the sentence structure, resulting in this kind of silly line from Bobbery.
"Yes, I'm quite sure of it. Princess Peach must be here as well. Our dear Crystal Star must be here too, wouldn't you say?"
Ah yes, Bobbery, our beloved Crystal Star. When tattling the X-Naut Fortress entrance, Goombella would say, "This is the X-Naut Fortress. This seems to be the only way in and out. The stars look really nice through these windows, but I guess now's not the time." The way this dialogue is written assumes you're reading this at the start of chapter 7, because later on you find out there is another way in and out, and in the post-game you can stargaze all you want too. This is the X-Naut Fortress. This seems like a way to get in and out. The stars are really pretty out here, or what you can see of them through these fortress windows anyway. In the crane game room, the note and the place you put the gear in used to be the same hitbox. The remake separates them, so now your party members can react to the gears. Before you place it, they mention that something should fit in there, and afterwards they comment on the turning gears. If you declined the Thwomp's challenge in the X-Naut Fortress, speaking to him again would restart the conversation. There was no short version where he goes,
What? What was that? Now you wanna try?
like the Thwomp and Schwunk Fortress would say. But in the remake he does say that. That exact thing, they just copied it over from the Schwunk Fortress Thwomp. When you unlock the door to the X-Naut factory, your partners have some new dialogue. Ooh, Princess Peach might be behind that door. Maybe Princess Peach is waiting just beyond that door. Princess Peach could be just beyond that door.
There's no way Princess Peach isn't beyond that door, right?
Princess Peach might be waiting right behind that door.
Princess Peach might be trapped just beyond that door.
Princess Peach could be hidden just beyond that door. When you interact with the door leading to the teleporter room for the first time after defeating Magnus von Grapple, in addition to this announcement message, your partner will now pipe up in the remake. Wow, how totally weird. I guess we can't go back this way, huh? Let's look for another way out of here. Okay, that's weird. Looks like we can't go back this way. We'd better find a different way out of here. Oh, how very strange. Looks like we shan't be going back this way, Let's look for another way out, darling.
Whoa, that ain't good. Looks like we aren't gonna be going out this way. We'd better find another way out of here.
Okay, this is strange. I guess we can't go back this way after all. Let's look for another way out, okay, Mario?
That's rather odd. Looks as if we can't go back this way, old boy. We'd best look for another way out.
How very strange. I guess we can't go back this way, dearie. Let's find another way out. So, at this point in the story, Grotes's big contingency plan is to have Mario open the 1000-year door by making him believe he already got past it. The main way he achieves this is by sending Dupless, disguised as Professor Frankly, to Mario to tell him that. It's a clever trick, but something that definitely helps is that Tech tells you pretty much the same thing. It's odd, Tech is on your side, but what he tells you in the GameCube version is basically a lie. He says Grotus is in the Palace of Shadow, which isn't possible without the 7 crystal stars, as your partners later point out to Frankly. It's Mario getting tricked into opening the door that allows him access. Anyway, in the remake he says Grotus is heading to the Palace of Shadow, which is true. Interestingly, they didn't change their partner dialogue after this. In the GameCube version, they're just repeating what he said back as a question. Peach is in the Palace of Shadow? I'm not sure if they kept it the same on purpose or if this is an oversight, but I kinda like it. Your partner now misunderstands Tech, perhaps assuming Grotus already arrived there by now, and because Tech is on the verge of death, he doesn't have the time to correct them. It's a subtle change, but it keeps Tech honest while still priming Mario and company to be deceived by Dupless when he tells them Grotus got through the door. Very clever for a very small change. In the GameCube version, when you go to see Tech again for the first time after beating the game, he says, "I detonated explosives after you left to ensure the base would never be used for evil." Tech, I've got bad news for you, buddy. Well, someone must have told him, because in the remake it's so the base could no longer be used for evil. Oh, I've been waiting for this one. In the Riddle Tower, each room contains a sign with a riddle on it, and between the first and second line of every riddle is some unrelated text in a different color. It was pretty obvious these middle segments were supposed to fit together to form a poem, but it wasn't easy to tell what order they were supposed to go in. Well, in the remake, these lines were not only retranslated, but we get a definitive canonical order after activating the orrery. The stars up in the heavens shone, carrying the lore of the sky, carrying secrets from on high, by skills and might engraved in stone. Stones to rival the celestial spheres, the seven hewn by a fell hand, feared far and wide across the land, master of shadow, queen of fear. So what about the poem in the original then? After all, it was a different translation in that one. Well, if we cross-reference the individual lines with their original counterparts, the poem in the original was meant to be read like this. But the stars bring balance, and that the skies lie, we know the stars spurn us, can live again by the stone. Stones have power of stars, complete all seven, so that we the great ones, master of shadow and dark. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Was the intended order changed in the remake? Well, here's what I think happened. Have a look at both versions of the poem in the remake's order. Do you notice how most of the lines here have important words in common? You've got a line about stars, then about the sky, a line that ends with stone, followed by one starting with stones, next line contains the number 7. That's right, even though they're very different, these lines are based on the same Japanese text. The original is just grossly mistranslated, and I think that's because the translators didn't know what the intended order was supposed to be. I mean, the original poem starts with the word but, that's obviously not a good sign. I think the translators thought that the poem was intended to be read in the order they appear in internally. You see, each in-game room has an ID value that consists of 3 letters, an underscore and a 2-digit number. All Palace of Shadow rooms start with LAS, and the rooms the poem segments appear in are number 11 through 18. If you read the snippets from 11 to 18, you get what I think was the order intended by the translators. Master of Shadow and Dark, stones have power of stars. Complete all 7, so that we, the great ones, can live again by the stone. We know the stars spurn us and that the skies lie, but the stars bring balance. Still not the best poem ever written, but keep in mind this is a translation of a Japanese poem that already didn't make sense because it was being read in the wrong order. Considering that, I don't think they did a bad job. But it is good we now have a correct translation. And they did it, guys. They fixed the Grotto's dialogue options. In case you're not aware, near the end of the game, after defeating Grotto's, he threatens to kill Peach if you don't surrender. You then get the option to keep fighting, which would endanger Peach, or to surrender, which would basically allow him to kill you. Problem is, if you choose to surrender as he told you to, he would accuse you of defying him and not caring about Peach's well-being. And if you choose to fight, he tells you to stop your blubbering. Clearly, these responses were assigned to the wrong options. That's something that drove me nuts because it comes at such a pivotal moment. As far as I know, no other antagonist has ever been so bold as to threaten to murder Peach and to put the responsibility of that in your hands. And I think it's pretty safe to say it won't be happening again in the future either. That's why I'm so glad this moment has now finally been done justice. It took you 20 years, but good job, Intelligent Systems. When you come face to face with the Shadow Queen, she offers you a place among her ranks. Her justification for this was tweaked a little.
Yes, they do not appear to possess power, but they may be of use. If you will become my faithful servants, I will not harm you. Yes, they appear to possess some modicum of power and may be of some use. Mortals, if you will become my faithful servants, I will not harm you.
I'm really not sure which I prefer. Viewing your party as insignificant insects makes the Shadow Queen seem more imposing, but I guess she is smarter in the remake because you are powerful. You probably have power bounce equipped. Though, while I wouldn't say the Thousand Year Door is a difficult game, for a young, casual player, the final boss is actually kinda tough. I don't know about you, but when I was a kid I lost to the Shadow Queen on my first try, and I'm not sure I could have beaten her without my stash of items. If you used up all your items at this point, well, good luck. You're gonna have to tough it out or you're in for a long walk back to Rogueport. The remake shows some mercy in that regard. If you lose to the Shadow Queen and then select Start from Last Save, the game will remember your loss and spawn a pipe to get you back to the 1000th Year Door quick. Your active party member will react to this. Hey, wait, was there always a pipe there? That's odd, was there always a pipe there? Oh my, has that pipe always been there?
Whoa, has that pipe always been there?
Has that pipe always been there?
Say, has that pipe always been there?
Interesting, has there always been a pipe over there? You can only get this dialogue by restarting from your save. The pipe will be there in the post-game too, but if you don't see it before beating the game, your partners won't react to it no matter what you do. When the Shadow Queen assumes her invincible form, you're supposed to waste turns attacking her. The plot won't move forward until 3 turns have passed where you've attacked her. If you don't attack, in the original there would be no dialogue, but in the remake the Shadow Queen will say,
Why do you delay? Face me!
We're not giving up. We won't give up. We haven't given up.
We're not giving up. We won't ever give up.
We shan't give up so easily.
Oh, we are not giving up yet. During the big moment where everyone is cheering for you, there's additional dialogue for cheers from NPCs who are previously absent or silent. This includes the Iron Adonis twins, Prince Mush, the Crows, Dupree, the Traveling Sisters and the XS Express staff. After defeating the Shadow Queen, Peach collapses on the ground. Your partner runs over to check on her and then beckons you over. The remake makes the probably correct decision to make Mario come over first. Of course he would. Your partner then checks Peach's status, but obviously the part where they call Mario over was cut. Okay, believe it or not, there's still more. There's some bits of dialogue I'm not sure about. I know they exist in the game, but I just can't find them. I think they might be unused. However, unlike the original game, this remake is not overflowing with unused dialogue. In fact, all of the unused dialogue that was previously there has been removed, so that makes me wonder if these remaining lines that I can't place are truly unused. God knows I've been wrong about unused dialogue in the past. If you can find any of these in the game proper, please let me know. I may not be able to update the video, but I'll at least be able to place these lines in their proper place on my site. Merlovely has 2 unused lines for when she has nothing left to show you.
Aha! It seems I've told you all I can on what I can see relating to that topic. You have now heard everything I can see for you. You should press forward as your heart leads you.
In the actual game, Merlovely says the same thing for both Shine Sprites and Star Pieces if you have them all.
Aha! It seems we have reached the end of the path I can see for you. This is not the end though. You should simply press forward as your heart leads you.
And my next path in the post-game has yet another message along these lines.
I cannot see the path that lies before you. Perhaps you have done everything you must here already. I believe you should now press forward as your heart leads you.
So, where the unused ones were supposed to go, I have no idea.
Hey, this is the office of the Pianta Syndicate. Don't tell me you don't know that. If you got no business here, scramble 'em.
This is unused dialogue that was unused in the GameCube version as well. At least I think so. The fact these lines are present in both versions really makes me wonder though.
Please allow me to check your boarding pass.
The remake speeds up the boarding process compared to the original. Stewart only asks you for your pass once in the entire game. After that, Mario will show it automatically, and the one time he does check your pass does not use this particular line. Okay, now we're done. With version 1.0, that's right, the remake received an update, and some mistakes in the game's text were fixed. One of them was this song title, where Petal Meadows was spelled as Petal Meadows with a D. Very funny. The remaining ones are actual dialogue changes. Firstly, when Princess Peach explains the concept of love to Tak, she used to say, "You will do anything to help when that person in trouble." Yeah, I don't have footage of these by the way, sorry. Anyway, this has now been fixed to say when that person is in trouble. This was an editing mistake caused by them replacing he or she with the more gender neutral that person. When examining Skull Rock with Yoshi in your party, he would say,
This rock looks a skull.
to which they now added like. When explaining his invisibility potion plan, Tech tells Peach that Grotto's room has guards outside. This is what he said on GameCube as well. However, there's only one guard, so they edited the message to reflect that. Those are all the changes I'm aware of. I'm sure there's still plenty more mistakes they haven't fixed in this update. In fact, there's two of them that really stood out to me. I'm very surprised these weren't fixed before release and are still in the game now. While you're looking for General White, this puny would say, Welcome to the Great Tree. This one's kinda baffling. The extra "the" is the only thing that changed about this message compared to the GameCube version. You really gotta wonder what happened for them to take a line that was correct and make it wrong. A similar mistake happened in Glitzville. In Chapter 3, after you become champion, if you talk to the mysterious woman at the bar, she'll say, The third Glitzpit Pit champion, the Great Gonzalez. Congratulations. Just like the Great Tree, this dialogue was fine in the original, and this added word is the only thing that changed about it. Very strange. Maybe they'll fix it in version 1.0.2. Okay, so at the start of the video I asked a question. Has the dialogue improved overall or not? And to be honest, I'm not sure how accurate of a picture I've drawn for you here. The changes featured in this video are just a fraction of the whole, and probably not that representative of the average change. Because of all the stuff I had to exclude, it's very possible things ended up looking better or worse than they actually are. So let's look at some numbers. First, how much of the dialogue has changed? Well, in my research I grouped dialogue into branches. So anytime your partner speaks, you select a dialogue option, or the dialogue changes based on whatever, that's considered its own branch in the dialogue. I'm telling you this because if you group the dialogue by conversations in their totality or by individual messages, these numbers would probably look a bit different. Anyway, by my count, the original game had a total of 7,498 dialogue branches. About 49% of those dialogue branches received some kind of dialogue change, and 3.5% of it was removed from the game. This may sound massive, but of that 49% of changed dialogue branches, almost 20 contained only formatting changes. That is to say, changes to punctuation, capitalization, and in some cases spelling. The actual words were kept the same. So combined with the removed messages, that leaves only 33% of dialogue branches with notable changes. And of those, I only covered about a third of them in my video. While I was doing my research though, I made note of which changes I liked and didn't like. So, of all the changed dialogue branches, and this includes the major changes, minor changes, and removed dialogue, I thought about 19% of it was an improvement over the original, and only 3.4% of it I thought was made worse. And the remaining 78% were changes I don't really have an opinion about. Now, of course, this is all based on my opinion, but I think that's a pretty good ratio. And all of this is excluding the brand new dialogue. If I included those, it would be even more strongly weighed towards good, because I think basically all of the new dialogue is great. I didn't actually count the number of new dialogue branches, but with the partner hints, Battle Master, Ian Fumas, and everything else, I think it's probably close to 1,000. So yeah, it'd probably look something like this. To be honest, even I'm surprised by this outcome. While I was doing my research, writing down all the removed instances of the word diet, or all those unique Glitzpit security tattles that got scrapped for no reason, I got a little grumpy about it. It's so easy to get caught up in the little things, but these bad aspects are so small compared to all of the great changes. You really can tell this remake was made with love and respect for the original. As I said at the very start, this remake is the new definitive way to play the Thousand Year Door. and thankfully it's the new definitive way to experience its story and characters too.